What if the most sacred of unions turned into a clandestine disaster, where laughter masked tears and vows whispered one moment became screams the next? Can you fathom the chaos that unfolded behind gilded doors, where the silk of royal gowns brushed against blood-stained secrets? In a world where crowns gleam but hearts shatter, the finest weddings morphed into sinister farces, the worst royal wedding nights. Consider the unholy matrimony of King Charles VI and his bride, a princess who knew nothing of the madness awaiting her. As the wedding bells chimed, did anyone suspect that they rang not for love, but for impending doom? Laughter erupted in the banquet hall, wine flowed like a river of red, yet in the shadows, madness loomed. Guests whispered in hushed tones, trading rumors like currency, each more outrageous than the last, a bridegroom losing his grip on reality, a night marred by chilling hallucinations, and a kingdom praying for dawn. Or what of the sprawling chaos at the wedding of Henry VIII in Berlin? A spectacle of excess turned into a theater of the absurd. A banquet fit for gods quickly spiraled into a grotesque feast of betrayal and ambition. Noblemen clashed, ladies-in-waiting schemed, and a single misstep could send the crown tumbling. Who would pay the price for a passionate union turned deadly game? A jester's quip became a fatal insult, and the night echoed with the laughter of ghosts hungry for revenge. Now, envision the fateful wedding of Mary, Queen of Scots, and Lord Darnley, a union more explosive than a barrel of gunpowder. Their love story, steeped in scandal and ambition, unfolded on a night when deceit danced with desire. Could the whispered prophecies of doom have been mere superstition, or were they the harbingers of calamity? A night of rapture transformed into a harrowing tapestry of betrayal, where passion turned to paranoia, and the very walls of Holyrood echoed with treachery. Who could foresee the dire consequences that wove through the fabric of their vows? Yet, among these tales of ruined dreams lies a treasure trove of dark humor, like a Monty Python skit gone awry. Would you dare to laugh when the fate of nations hung by a thread? A royal wedding cake collapsing under the weight of scandal, bridesmaids fainting at the sight of spilled ink, every misstep a reminder that even kings and queens are but puppets dancing on strings of fate, manipulated by the unseen hands of history. What if all this, stitched together by the invisible thread of calamity, was merely the tip of the iceberg? Can you handle the truth that lurks in the shadows, waiting to ensnare your mind? Each royal wedding night tells a story not just of love, but of twisted fate and darkly comic absurdities that would make even the most hardened cynic shudder. You hold in your hands a portal to the untold, a glimpse into the farcical tragedies that history has tried to bury. Welcome to a world where every wedding was a gamble, and the stakes were nothing less than the throne itself. Are you ready to confront the mayhem? The curtain rises on the worst royal wedding nights, where laughter turns to screams, and the echoes of the past demand your attention, refusing to let go. The clock ticked like a heartbeat in the silence of the chamber, each stroke echoing a tension so thick it could slice through skin. Charles II stood at the threshold, the heavy door of the bridal chamber looming like an executioner's axe, a grotesque reminder of what awaited him on the other side. He could feel the weight of the crown pressing against his skull, a mocking reminder of the authority he wielded, a king, yet so painfully alone. The candles flickered, casting shadows that danced wildly, playing tricks on his mind, whispering doubts that coiled around his heart like a noose. I remember the faces of the courtiers, he thought, the laughter of the nobility still ringing in his ears, a cacophony of expectations and hidden glee. They had toasted, they had cheered, their eyes glinting with mischief. Yet now, as he stood frozen, those cheerful faces felt like specters, haunting him, daring him to fail. Would he meet their expectations, or would he stumble into the abyss of embarrassment? Catherine of Braganza waited in the dim light, her breath shallow, the fabric of her wedding gown whispering secrets against her skin. She was a stranger in a foreign land, a pawn in a game of power, yet her spirit flickered with defiance like a candle struggling against the wind. I remember my mother's voice, she thought, filled with a longing that stretched across the ocean. Be strong, my child, she said, for love will always be a battlefield. But how could she be strong when her heart trembled at the thought of the man who would soon step into her life, who would either ignite a fire or extinguish her hopes in one cruel moment? Catherine had seen the portraits, the adoring eyes of the people, the charisma of the king who had been exalted as a savior. Yet standing before him now, flesh and blood, she sensed the fragility beneath the charm. Would he see her as a queen, or merely a vessel for political ambition? She clenched her fists, the silk of her gown slipping through her fingers like sand. Time was fleeting, and she felt it slipping away, just like her control over this moment. The air thickened, suffocating, wrapping around them like a shroud. Charles took a deep breath, the scent of roses mingling with the heavy perfume of expectations, and crossed the threshold. I remember every whisper, every glance that lingered too long, he thought, stepping into a world where every movement was scrutinized, every heartbeat a potential scandal. Could he be the lover they all dreamed of, or would he be the king who faltered, leaving a trail of disappointment in his wake? As he entered the chamber, Catherine turned to face him, her eyes wide, a mix of fear and anticipation swirling within. For a moment, their gazes locked, and time felt unmoored, no ticking clock, just the sound of two hearts thrumming wildly in their chests. The room echoed that heartbeat, a primal pulse that enveloped them both. "Your Majesty," she spoke, her voice barely a whisper, yet it resonated like thunder in the stillness. "Catherine," he replied, the name tasting foreign on his tongue, laced with unfamiliarity and something more, a flicker of longing, of connection that felt as ephemeral as the flickering candlelight. What lay ahead was a dance of intimacy, but the music was yet to be played. The first touch was hesitant, an exploration draped in layers of uncertainty and fear. His hand brushed against her arm, the softness of her skin igniting a spark that flared in the pit of his stomach. "I remember my childhood dreams of a love that would conquer all," he thought, but the reality felt more like a battlefield, both of them armed with insecurities instead of swords. Catherine's breath hitched, a shiver chasing down her spine. She wanted to embrace this man, to envelop him in her warmth, to ease the tension that radiated from him like heat from a forge. But how could she, when her own heart felt like a captive bird, thumping against the bars of her ribcage? "What if he sees me as nothing more than an obligation?" she pondered, feeling the weight of the crown she was meant to wear, heavy and suffocating. The moments dragged, stretching like shadows across the floor, and the silence grew deafening. Charles could sense her hesitation, a mirror of his own, and the air thickened with unspoken words and hidden fears. "I remember stories of glorious conquests, but this feels like an invasion of privacy, a sacred ground turned battlefield," he thought, each breath feeling like a betrayal of his desires. Their lips finally met, a gentle press that held promise, yet the kiss felt like an echo, reverberating through the room but failing to connect deep within their souls. Charles pulled back, searching her eyes, and for a fleeting moment, he saw a flicker of hope intermingled with sorrow. "Will you accept me?" he asked silently, his heart bared beneath layers of royal armor. Catherine's heart raced, and she felt the world tilt on its axis. "I want to be more than a pawn," she thought, the weight of potential future battles crashing over her. Would she rise to the challenge, or would she retreat into the shadows, lost in a royal misfire? A distant clock chimed, the sound reverberating through the chamber, slicing through their moment like a blade. Each chime felt heavier, an ominous countdown to an unknown fate. The pressure mounted, and the room itself seemed to hold its breath, waiting for a resolution that felt perpetually just out of reach. The shadows danced, and suddenly, a thought struck Charles, a memory flickering like an old film reel. What if this night doesn't end in the way they expect? The question hung heavily in the air, a specter of uncertainty that would haunt him long after the candles burned down to stubs. "Will I be the king they all expect, or will I find a path to something deeper?" he wondered, his heart pounding in tandem with Catherine's. Just as he took a step closer, the door creaked, a harbinger of the world outside waiting, watching, judging. And so, the night stretched on, full of unfulfilled promises and unspoken words, the truth lingering just beyond their grasp, an unending cycle of expectation and disappointment, a dance that felt both exhilarating and terrifying. The clock ticked relentlessly, and the shadows loomed larger, merging into an abyss that threatened to swallow them whole. The night was far from over, yet it hung in a delicate balance, teetering between hope and despair, a royal misfire waiting to ignite. Would they find solace in each other's arms, or would the echoes of the expectations outside drown them in silence? As time marched on, they stood poised at the precipice of destiny, a heartbeat away from the unknown. The hall was alive with the low hum of whispered prayers and muffled sobs, a fragile chorus of hope and despair, thick as the velvet curtains that lined the walls. The air was saturated with the scent of damp stone and unyielding fear, clinging to the skin like a shroud. It felt as if the very walls of the palace were weeping, mourning not just the union of two souls but the tumultuous storm brewing in the depths of their hearts. I remember the moment William entered, his frame imposing yet somehow frail. A shadow draped in the soft glow of candlelight, he looked like a man caught between worlds, one foot in glory, the other in chaos. His eyes, sharp and piercing, were haunted. I could see it in the way he held himself, the tension in his shoulders, as if he were constantly bracing against an unseen tempest. The weight of ambition sat heavily upon him, crushing, suffocating. Was he a king in waiting or merely a pawn in a game larger than he could fathom? In that fleeting second, I felt a shudder of recognition. I too had felt the cold fingers of expectation wrap around my throat. And then there was Mary. Oh, Mary, with her auburn hair cascading like autumn leaves, each strand a whisper of fate telling tales of rebellion and sacrifice. She stood at the altar, the embodiment of grace and turmoil, her heart a battleground of duty and desire. Her eyes glistened, reflecting the flickering flames of the torches, yet behind that facade of resolve, I could sense the tempest raging within. This marriage was a gamble, a fragile thread spun in the web of history. Would she find a partner in William or a jailer in the gilded cage of a crown? I remembered her laughter, the way it once danced through the halls like sunlight, but that laughter felt like a ghost now, replaced by the solemnity of expectations that loomed larger than the very kingdom they were to unite. Time stretched painfully, each second an eternity. As the priest began his incantations, the words felt like chains binding them together, each syllable a sentence in a story neither had chosen to write. Do you take this man? The question hung in the air, thick and oppressive. The guests held their breath, a collective inhalation of anticipation and dread. I wished I could reach through the churning sea of emotion and pull Mary away from the altar. Run, Mary, I wanted to scream, run while you still can. But the words caught in my throat like shards of glass. And there it was, the hesitation. A flicker of doubt crossed William's face, a moment where the weight of a throne felt heavier than the burden of love. He looked toward Mary, his eyes searching, pleading, as if asking her to give him a reason to step into the fire. But could she? Could she promise him her heart when her soul was shackled by the very crown they sought to wear together? My heart raced, echoing the frantic rhythm of her thoughts, a chaotic symphony of hope and betrayal. I remember the first time I saw you, William had said in quieter moments, those stolen breaths when the world felt lighter. You were so full of fire, a spark that could ignite empires. But now, the fire had dimmed, and all that remained was an eerie silence, a void where dreams had once danced. What happens when the flame extinguishes? I wondered. What becomes of a marriage forged in duty when passion is but a flicker? The priest's voice droned on, but his words morphed into an unsettling melody, a dirge for the dreams that would never be. As Mary's eyes met mine, I felt the weight of unspoken fears pass between us. They were tethered together, but in that moment, I could see her heart splintering, caught in the gears of obligation. I do, she whispered at last, the words tasting like ash on her tongue. Did she mean it? Or was it merely an echo of the expectations imposed upon her? And then the world exploded. Not with the fanfare of celebration, but with the raw intensity of reality crashing down upon them. A sudden shout pierced the air, a voice rising from the crowd, a reminder that not everyone was pleased with this union. Traitor, someone bellowed, and the room seemed to quake, the very foundations of their new life trembling beneath the weight of dissent. The atmosphere spiraled into chaos, like storm clouds gathering before a tempest. Murmurs erupted, rising and crashing like waves against the shore. Loyalty, betrayal, ambition, words that rolled off tongues like venom, poisoning the sacred moment. William's eyes darkened, and a chill ran down my spine. What did it mean for him, this man who had come to claim a throne and found only hostility? I could see the resolve hardening in his gaze, the flicker of defiance igniting once more. But at what cost? Mary's hand trembled beside him, the warmth of her fingers slipping into cold despair. What if the crown is more than we bargained for? She seemed to ask, her eyes a tempest of uncertainty. I wanted to scream, to shake them from this fragile dream teetering on the edge of a knife. But in that moment, I was as powerless as the shadows that draped across the floor, whispering secrets of the past and haunting the present. The clock ticked on, a relentless reminder that time was slipping away. A marriage forged in bloodshed, a love tested by fire. What would the night bring? I thought, my heart echoing the question against the walls of the hall. As the night wore on, it transformed into a tapestry of tears and fears, of unspoken promises and the ghosts of what could have been. With each passing moment, the tension thickened, binding them together but threatening to tear them apart. I could feel the world closing in, shadows creeping along the edges of their hope. What if tonight is just the beginning of the end? I wondered, watching as the echoes of ambition intertwined with the whispers of discontent. And so, they stood, William and Mary, on the precipice of a future fraught with uncertainty. Their hearts beat in sync, yet their minds were worlds apart. Bound by duty, yet yearning for freedom, they were two souls dancing on the edge of a shadowy abyss. The night was far from over, and neither knew what dawn would bring. But in that moment of turmoil, one thing was clear: love, however flawed, was the only light they had left to navigate the darkness. And with every heartbeat, they clung to it, even as the world around them threatened to tear them apart. The union was sealed, not by joy but by an unbreakable bond forged in the fires of conflict, a night of tears that would echo through time, forever entwined in the tapestry of history. The clock strikes midnight, a sound so heavy it seems to lurch through the velvet drapes that hold the darkness at bay. I can almost taste the tension, thick and cloying. The air is heavy with expectation, as if the walls themselves hold their breath, waiting for something, anything, to shatter the silence of the night. In the opulent chamber adorned with gold and silk, every shadow seems to murmur secrets, dark and foreboding, while outside, the city of Paris pulsates with life, unaware of the storm brewing behind closed doors. I remember the first time I laid eyes on Marie Antoinette. She was a vision, a fragile wisp of porcelain and silk, her beauty a candle flickering in a tempest. But that night, her expression spoke volumes, her eyes, pools of trepidation, flickered with the weight of anticipation. A princess turned queen, she was fearfully aware that she stood on the precipice of her fate. And what was I, a mere boy, with the crown of France teetering on my head, and a heart that felt like a stone in my chest? Louis, my name, my curse, choked with the weight of duty and expectation. The chamber felt like a tomb, a hollow echo of joy overshadowed by the spectre of what was to come. I stood before her, a boy wearing the mask of a king, consumed by my own fears. Marie, I whispered, but the word felt like an incantation, summoning the very demons that danced in the corners of my mind. She met my gaze, and in that moment, I saw her, truly saw her. Beneath the layers of silk and jewels, I glimpsed the girl she once was, the laughter confined within her, shackled by the heavy chains of royal obligation. I remember, she said, her voice trembling like the first hint of dawn, when I was a child, I believed in fairy tales. Her eyes glistened, reflections of a girl who once dreamed of love and adventure, unbroken by the world's cruel intentions. But this is not a story. This is a cage. I wanted to reach out, to tell her that I too was trapped, that my heart raced not with desire, but dread. The very thought of what lay ahead filled me with a paralyzing chill. What if, I stammered, the words barely escaping, what if I fail? Her laughter was a brittle chime, a ghost echoing through a forgotten hall. We are both failures, Louis. Children playing at kings and queens. Our marriage is nothing but a political game, a pawn moved on a chessboard stained with blood. And there, in that fleeting moment, a terror crept in. What if the world outside knew the truth? What if the people, starving and restless, could see the cracks in our facade, the truth behind the gilded gates? A marriage forged in the fires of political ambition, yet we stood there, yearning for something more, something real, while the spectre of revolution loomed large, casting shadows over our union. I felt her warmth against me, a fleeting comfort as our bodies bridged the distance of expectation and fear. Do you feel it? I whispered, desperately searching her eyes for understanding. The weight of the crown suffocating us. Yes, she replied, her voice a fragile whisper, but this night, this is ours, if only for a heartbeat. As the clock continued its relentless ticking, I could hear the distant sounds of laughter and music floating through the palace corridors, a cruel reminder of the joy that danced just out of reach. The world outside was alive, and yet here we stood, trapped in our own silence, a cacophony of unspoken fears filling the void between us. I remember the moment the door creaked open, a servant's shadow slipping through with a tray of opulence, champagne, fruits, a feast crafted not for our pleasure but to mask the bitterness of our union. I felt anger bubbling within, a rage against the world that dictated our every move, every breath. Let them eat cake. I wanted to scream, a bitter jest against the very people who would one day rise against us. But instead, I poured the champagne, the bubbles rising like our hopes, only to burst against the harsh reality of our situation. What are we doing, Marie? I asked, desperation clawing at my throat. Two marionettes in a grand performance, with strings pulled by a fate we cannot control. She raised her glass, a glimmer of defiance in her eyes. To the absurdity of it all, she toasted, her voice echoing through the chamber, each syllable a rebellion against the chains that bound us. To being lost in a world that demands we be found. Yet, when our lips met in a tentative kiss, it was not the spark of passion igniting the air, but the cold grip of duty, a reminder that we were intertwined in a tapestry woven by forces greater than ourselves. It felt like a ghostly touch, a promise overwhelmed by the fear of what lay ahead, an obligation wrapped in the silken threads of royal expectations. The moon hung high outside, casting an ethereal glow that whispered secrets of fate and loss, while we stood on the brink of something monumental and terrifying. I could feel her heart racing against mine, a chaotic rhythm that matched the ticking clock, each beat echoing the voices of the past, present, and future, whispers of betrayal, love, and revolution. I remember, I wanted to say, when this was meant to be a fairy tale. But the weight of reality suffocated my voice, turning my words into hollow echoes lost in the grandeur of the night. Somewhere in that opulent chamber, the line between what was real and what was an illusion blurred, as shadows danced upon the walls, mocking us with their laughter. Suddenly, the air shifted, charged with an electricity that promised to shatter the fragile moment. The unspoken fears raced through me like wildfire. What if this was the last night we had? What if the world we knew was about to crumble, and we were left as mere ashes in its wake? With every passing second, the tension thickened, wrapping around us like a noose, tightening with each heartbeat. This was not just a wedding night, this was our reckoning, the beginning of a dark chapter penned by history's cruel hand. I looked into her eyes, and for the first time, I saw the truth, the fear, the longing, the fight to reclaim our voices against a world that sought to silence us. And as the clock continued its relentless ticking, I realized this was not merely our union, it was a prelude to the storm. A night where shadows crept closer, whispering tales of love entwined with tragedy, the dance between hope and despair. The world behind those gilded doors was changing, and we stood on the edge, teetering between the promise of dreams and the weight of reality, forever bound by the inauspicious union that would define us. The air in the darkened chamber felt like a storm, thick with tension and unspoken fears. A single candle flickered on the mantel, casting eerie shadows that danced across the walls, mocking the silence. I remember the way Anne's breath quickened, a fragile bird caught in a tempest, as she stood before Henry VIII, her heart thrumming with uncertainty. The fabric of her gown, rich and heavy, clung to her frame like a shroud. She was a queen, yet in this moment, she felt like a spectre, unseen and unheard, trapped in a world of expectations and desires that were not her own. Henry shifted, his gaze piercing, searching. I remember how his eyes, once vibrant with power, flickered like dying embers. His mind was a battlefield, torn between the ghosts of his past and the promise of a future he could not grasp. The weight of his crown pressed upon him, a constant reminder of his failures. He was a man of appetites, driven by hunger for glory, for love, for validation, but here he stood, a hollow shell, wrestling with a heart that felt like a stone. "Anne," he began, his voice a low rumble, a lion's growl caught in the throat. "You are beautiful." The word hung in the air, heavy with implication, as if it were a blade poised to strike. Yet, his declaration felt like a cruel jest, a pun on the fate that lay before them. How could he say such a thing when the truth loomed larger than any compliment? He could not touch her, he would not touch her. The marriage was a facade, a political maneuver, a desperate bid for stability in a kingdom that trembled at the feet of its king. I remember Anne's heart clenching, a silent scream echoing in her chest. "Beautiful." The word taunted her, a reminder of the dreams she had woven in the quiet corners of her mind, dreams of love, of connection, of a man who would see her for who she truly was, not just a pawn in a game of thrones. She wanted to laugh, to cry, to scream. Instead, she stood, her hands trembling at her sides, a silent statue in a gallery of sorrow. I do not understand," she whispered, her voice barely a breeze in the tempest. The truth was as cold and unyielding as the stone beneath their feet. Their marriage was unconsummated, a word laced with bitterness and regret. It was a barrier that trapped them both, a wall built from fear and misunderstanding. Henry, a man of boundless appetites, had turned away from her, as if she were a puzzle he could not solve. And Anne, who had traveled across borders, who had sacrificed everything for this moment, found herself lost in a labyrinth of shadows, her heart aching with the weight of unfulfilled promise. "We can make this work," Henry said, desperation creeping into his tone, a man grasping for the tether of hope. But every syllable felt like a lie, a fragile string that would snap under the pressure of their reality. And could see the cracks in his facade, the way his bravado faltered when he thought no one was watching. She wanted to reach out, to touch the man behind the throne, to show him that she too was a beating heart, a soul longing for connection. But the distance between them was palpable, an ocean of unspoken words and unresolved fears. I remember the whispers that circled the court, like vultures waiting for scraps. "What is wrong with the king?" they would ask, their voices dripping with petty cruelty. "Why does he turn from her?" The court was a theatre, and they were the unwilling actors, trapped in a play that had gone horribly awry. Anne's heart, already bruised, felt like it was being stomped underfoot, a fragile thing caught between the shifting tides of power and perception. The shadows thickened, wrapping around them like a suffocating blanket. Anne's mind raced back to her homeland, to the vibrant colors of Cleves, to laughter and warmth. She remembered her childhood dreams, the tales spun by candlelight of gallant knights and fiery love. But this was not a fairy tale, this was a nightmare woven from the threads of duty and despair. She was but a pawn on a chessboard, moving at the whim of a king who was lost in his own labyrinth of contradictions. And then the silence shattered. "I cannot be what you want," Henry spat, the words like venom, sharp and cruel. His frustration, a tempest unleashed, filled the room with an intensity that made Anne's skin crawl. "You are not what I expected." The betrayal hung in the air, a palpable force that stung like acid on open wounds. Anne's heart sank, a stone dropping into the abyss. "What did you expect?" she asked, her voice trembling, yet a quiet strength surged within her, a flicker of defiance that dared to pierce the darkness. "I am who I am. I came to you with all that I am." A moment of silence, heavy and oppressive, stretched like a taut wire between them. Two souls, lost in their own torment, yet yearning for understanding. The distance felt insurmountable, yet there was a flicker of something. Could it be hope? Or was it merely a cruel joke played by the fates? In that charged moment, time stopped. The shadows whispered secrets, the candle flickered, and a ghost of what might have been danced between them. And stood resolute, her heart pounding like a war drum, ready to fight for her dignity, ready to break free from the chains that bound her. But Henry, the king, remained a fortress, impervious to the storm raging within her. As the night deepened, the air grew heavier still, thick with unfulfilled desires and dreams that would never bloom. I remember the way it felt, like standing at the edge of a cliff, the abyss yawning wide beneath, the wind howling, daring you to leap. The marriage, unconsummated, stretched before them, an uncharted territory filled with uncertainty, pain, and the faintest glimmer of hope. And in that moment, I felt the echo of their unspoken words, a haunting melody that would linger long after the candle had flickered out. The stage was set for confrontation, a collision of hearts and souls, a reckoning that would define their fates, yet the curtain had not yet fallen. The night was far from over, and the shadows were only just beginning to stir. The clock struck 10, each chime echoing through the darkened halls of Windsor Castle like a funeral dirge. I remember the heavy silence, the thick air laden with unspoken dread. It was a night suspended between the thrill of union and the shadow of uncertainty, where the laughter of guests faded into a haunting memory. Queen Victoria stood there, a flickering candle illuminating her face, casting shadows that danced across her delicate features. Her heart raced, a wild drumbeat against the stillness, a beat that felt like a countdown to the unknown. "Albert," she whispered, her voice barely rising above the crackle of the flames. He stood at the threshold of their chamber, a man clad in princely garb, yet burdened by the weight of expectation. His eyes, dark pools of uncertainty, locked onto hers, both seeking solace and finding only a mirror reflecting their shared anxiety. The world outside was enraptured by the fairy tale they had spun, yet here, in this cocoon of silk and shadows, reality loomed like a spectre. I remember the stories, the breathless tales of romance, she thought, feeling the fabric of her gown constrict around her, a physical manifestation of her mounting fear. But tonight, it feels like a trap. The moonlight pulled on the floor, spilling through the window like liquid silver, illuminating the space between them, an expanse that felt insurmountable. Albert stepped closer, his hand reaching out, trembling. It felt like an electric current, sparking a flame of longing and terror. "Victoria, are you afraid?" His voice quaked, breaking the fragile stillness. That question hung in the air, heavy with the weight of their realities. They were not just two young lovers, they were rulers, shackled by duty and the expectations of a kingdom. "Afraid," she echoed, the word tumbling from her lips, a fragile leaf caught in the wind. "I fear I am a ghost of a bride, present yet haunted by what tomorrow demands." The truth was sharper than any dagger, she felt exposed, her heart laid bare under the scrutiny of a nation. The wedding night, shrouded in sparkling expectations, trembled on the brink of something bleak and unforeseen. Outside, the wind howled like a lost spirit, rattling the windows, a reminder of the chaos that surged beyond their sanctuary. In that moment, the flickering candlelight seemed to flicker in sympathy, casting eerie shadows that whispered of doubts and dreams turned sour. Victoria's breath caught, and she felt the walls of the castle close in like of ice. What if I am not enough? The thought curled around her like smoke, intoxicating yet suffocating. I remember the warmth of your hands in mine, Albert murmured, stepping back, his own demons taking form. But tonight, I feel like a stranger in my own skin. His words fell like stones, shattering the delicate glass of her resolve. He too was caught in an emotional tempest, the weight of responsibility pressing onto his shoulders, threatening to collapse the very fabric of their union. What had begun as a romantic escapade morphed into a battleground of fears. They were bound by duty, and yet, in this moment, they were two weary souls adrift on a stormy sea. Victoria turned her gaze to the window, the moon a silent witness to their turmoil. Outside, the world spins on, she thought. But here, we are frozen, caught in a moment of raw uncertainty. She could almost hear the whispers of history swirling around them, haunting reminders of what came before, of love, lust, betrayal, and the relentless march of time. I remember the dreams we wove, Albert, she confessed, her voice quivering with the weight of her vulnerability. But what if I am merely a pawn in this grand game? Her heart ached with the realization that love was not solely an elixir of joy, it was a labyrinth, each twist entwined with secrets and sacrifices. I do not want to fail you, he replied, the words spilling forth, each tinged with desperation. Yet within that desperation was a spark of hope, a flicker of connection that drew them nearer. In that intimacy, buried deep beneath their fears, was the inkling of a bond that might weather the storm. But the shadows, they loomed large, threatening to swallow them whole. As the wind howled outside, it whispered secrets, a reminder that the night was young, and the world was waiting for them to step into the role of monarchs. Yet here they were, trembling, standing on the precipice of their new reality, where dreams could either flourish or fail. Victoria took a breath, grounding herself in the moment. This night is ours, she thought fiercely, a fire igniting within her. What lies ahead may be uncertain, but I will not cower in fear. She stepped forward, breaking the invisible barrier that had held them apart. Let us claim this night, Albert. Let us mold it into something that belongs to us. Their hands intertwined, an electric jolt igniting the space between them, pulling them closer, drawing out the fragments of their insecurities into something tangible. With every heartbeat, they became more than mere figures in a royal portrait, they became flesh and blood, flawed yet real, standing defiantly against the tide of the world's expectations. I remember the echo of laughter, she whispered, her eyes sparkling with determination. Let us create our own symphony tonight. A challenge shone in her gaze, and in that moment, the tension shifted, as if the very air had thickened with possibilities. But shadows remained, lurking just beyond the edges of their resolve. The night wore on, an unyielding clock ticking away moments that could either bind them together or tear them apart. The whispers of the past and the promise of the future twined like smoke, teasing them with visions of what could be, a love forged in fire or one extinguished by the weight of crowns. As they stood in that flickering light, the world outside faded into a distant murmur, and all that remained was the pulse of their hearts, the soft rustle of silk, and the haunting reminder that every beginning carries within it the seed of tragedy. They could not know that the shadows would grow darker, that the path ahead would be fraught with treachery and pain, but for now, they were simply two souls intertwined, ready to step into the abyss. For in the echo of a single heartbeat, a new chapter awaited, one that would forever mark the annals of history, resonating with the bittersweet melodies of love, loss, and the inexorable march of time. The clock struck 10, its echo slicing through the heavy silence of the grand room, a sound that resonated like a gunshot, a reminder that time was slipping away. I remember the way the shadows danced across the cold marble floor, flickering like the last gasps of hope. In that moment, my heart raced, a frantic drum against the stillness. The air was thick with tension, as if the very walls held their breath, waiting for the inevitable clash of fates. Outside the window, the moon hung heavy, a silent witness to the chaos of an empire teetering on the brink. Edward stood there, a man divided, torn between duty and desire. His eyes, usually filled with a mischief that charmed everyone in their path, were clouded with anguish. I could feel the weight of 1,000 decisions pressing down on him, each one a dagger, each moment a reminder of what he had to sacrifice. The crown was a terrible burden, yet it paled against the thought of losing her. Wallace. His Wallace, a woman who sparked a wildfire in his soul, who dared him to dream beyond the gilded cage of royal expectations. But she was also a scandal, a swirling storm that threatened to consume him whole. With every heartbeat, I felt the tremor of his conflict. He was both a king and a lover, a paradox wrapped in flesh and bone, standing at the precipice of his own reckoning. I remember how he ran his fingers through his hair, that familiar gesture, a silent plea for answers that would never come. Then there was Wallace, seated in the corner like a spectre, her presence ethereal yet grounding. Her heart was a tempest, caught between the allure of a world that promised everything and the haunting knowledge that she was the architect of his undoing. Her eyes, pools of deep sorrow framed by the stubbornness of a warrior, were a battlefield of emotions, the longing, the fear, the overwhelming love that surged through her veins. Every silent moment with Edward was laced with the desperation of a goodbye that lingered like a ghost. "I can't lose you," Edward had whispered just moments before, the words spilling from his lips like a confession, raw and trembling. I could see the way her breath caught in her throat, the way her hands fidgeted with the rings that adorned her fingers, a symbol of a commitment they both knew was fraught with peril. We stood in the midst of a love story that shone like a diamond but cut like glass, its beauty marred by the jagged edges of reality. Outside, the world continued to spin, oblivious to the chaos unfolding within these walls. The streets of London were alive, yet here, in this chamber, time had slowed to a crawl, each second filled with unspoken words. I remember the distant laughter echoing from the party below, a stark contrast to the storm brewing above. They celebrated while he mourned the loss of his true self, the man he could be if only he had the courage to forsake everything. "Is love worth the crown?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper, trembling like the last leaf of autumn hanging precariously on a branch. In the flickering candlelight, I saw the glimmer of unshed tears, each one a testament to the struggle within her. The world outside raged against the very idea of their union, branding her a harlot, a destroyer of monarchies, but within these four walls it was just them, two souls yearning for connection in a world that deemed it forbidden. "I would renounce it all for you," Edward breathed, and I felt the fire ignite in that moment, a wild, reckless blaze that threatened to engulf them both. The promise hung heavy in the air, a whisper against the din of the party. Yet, the taste of freedom was bittersweet. The thought of the crown slipping from his grasp left an ache in the pit of my stomach. I remember the shadows shifting, the weight of decisions pulling at the very fabric of their beings. Did they realize that in choosing each other, they were choosing a path laced with thorns? The crown was more than a mere symbol, it was history, legacy, and duty, an inheritance stained with blood, whispers, and the unrelenting weight of expectation. And here, in this moment, it was all unraveling, slipping through their fingers like sand. The clock's chime echoed again, a reminder of the urgency that hung in the air. I could sense the tension tightening, like a noose around their throats, as the party below began to dwindle, the laughter fading into a murmur of curiosity. They were running out of time. The choice loomed larger than life, an insurmountable wall that threatened to crush them both. "Edward," Wallace's voice trembled, a fragile thread woven into the fabric of the night, "you have to be sure. This isn't just about us." Her words hung in the air, thick with implications, the truth of their reality. She was the storm that would shatter his world, and yet, he was the light that illuminated her darkest corners. And there, amidst the shadows of desire and fear, I felt the pulse of their love, raw and unyielding. It was a tempest that could not be contained, a force of nature that had forged them together against all odds. But what would it cost them? To walk through that door hand in hand, to step into a world that would vilify them. As the final echoes of the party faded, the room filled with an eerie quiet. The impending darkness was palpable, a chasm that yawned before them, daring them to leap into the abyss. I felt my heart race, trembling on the edge of their decision, the weight of history pressing down like 1,000 stones. In that charged silence, Wallace took a step towards Edward, their bodies mere inches apart, the air crackling with unspoken promises and fears. I could see the flicker of her resolve wavering, the pull of the life she had known and the allure of the unknown warring within her. Each breath they took resonated with potential, two lives colliding in a moment that would echo through time, a choice that would forever alter the course of history. And then, like a thunderclap, the realization struck, they were standing on the precipice of no return, a leap into an uncertain future, a dance with destiny that promised both ecstasy and despair. In that fleeting moment, I felt the pulse of the universe quicken, the stars aligning, whispering secrets of love and sacrifice. Together, he murmured, a vow that hung in the air, fragile yet unbreakable. I could see the fire kindling in Wallace's eyes, the way her heart raced, as if she were finally awakening from a long-held dream. The night was dark, but in their souls a light flickered, a beacon of hope, a whisper that perhaps love was worth the risk, worth the crown, worth the pain. And as I stood within the shadows, the weight of their decision pressed down on me, heavy with the promise of what was yet to come. The clock ticked on, relentless, but in that moment, time felt suspended. The world outside continued to turn, oblivious to the birth of a rebellion, to a love story that defied convention and echoed through the ages. In that room, love and sacrifice intertwined, weaving a tapestry of humanity so intricate and beautiful, it left me breathless. The night was dark, yet the fire within them burned bright, a fierce and unyielding flame that threatened to outshine the stars. In that stolen moment, I was lost in their embrace, their love swallowing me whole, leaving me hollow yet fulfilled, aching yet alive. As the shadows whispered the truth, there was no turning back. The clock strikes midnight, its hollow chime echoing through the opulent chambers of the Chateau de Malmaison. Shadows dance upon the walls, flickering like the anxious thoughts swirling in Josephine's mind. She stands alone, the weight of her gown cascading around her like a shroud, suffocating yet exquisite. "This is it," she whispers to the void, the words barely breaking the silence thick enough to slice. She can taste the fear, metallic and bitter, like blood on her tongue. Napoleon, her new husband, paces in the corner of the room, his boots striking the polished floor with a rhythm that could drive a heart mad. The glint of his eyes is fierce, burning with ambition and uncertainty. "I will conquer nations," he mutters under his breath, a mantra that feels as much a threat as it is a promise. The world beyond these walls trembles at the sound of his name, yet here, in this intimate prison, he feels the weight of expectation settle heavily upon his shoulders. He wants to be a god, but here, he is merely a man, trembling at the precipice of intimacy. "I remember," Josephine thinks, "the whisper of the wind through the trees of my childhood home, the wildflowers blooming in the fields of my youth. But those memories feel like ghosts now, haunting her with what once was, weighed down by the reality of what she must become. I am Josephine Bonaparte," she reminds herself, the name rolling off her tongue like a spell. Wife of the general, consort of the future emperor. It should feel glorious, yet the title feels more like a chain, binding her to this uncertain fate. "Do you find me unappealing?" Napoleon's voice slices through the air, sharp, tinged with an edge of insecurity. He stops, searching her face as if it holds the answers to wars he has yet to fight. The tension crackles like electricity, filling the room with an intensity that is almost palpable. In his eyes, she sees the flicker of vulnerability, the haunting fear of rejection that no amount of power can shield. "Unappealing?" "No," she lies, and the truth tastes bitter, like ash. He is a tempest, a man carved out of ambition and rage, alive with the fire of his dreams. She should be drawn to him, yet there is this chasm, a gulf of unspoken fears and whispered doubts. Their union feels less like a celebration and more like a treaty between warring factions. But do I dare to hope, to wish for more than mere duty? The thought lingers in her mind, a moth trapped in a glass jar, fluttering desperately against the walls. The air thickens as they stare at each other, the silence stretching like an unbroken promise. Josephine reaches out, her fingers trembling as she traces the sharp line of his jaw, a gesture both intimate and alien. His skin is warm, alive beneath her touch, yet a chill runs down her spine, an echoing reminder of the dangers that lurk in the shadows. "What am I doing?" she thinks, the realization crashing over her like a wave, pulling her under. "Am I reaching for a man, or for a legend?" "Josephine," he whispers, and her name falls from his lips like an incantation, charged with possibility and dread. The air quivers between them, and she feels the weight of his gaze, a thousand unspoken expectations radiating from his very core. "Will you stand with me?" His voice trembles, raw and unguarded, a plea wrapped in a question. The question both terrifies and enthralls her. To stand with him is to embrace the chaos, the bloodshed, the burden of greatness. Would she become a queen or merely a pawn in his relentless game? "I will," she breathes, but the words feel hollow, echoing in her chest like a distant thunder. In that moment, she becomes acutely aware of the paradox they inhabit, both allies and strangers in this dance of power and desire. The lingering scent of lavender from her gown mingles with the musk of his cologne, an intoxicating blend that wraps around them like a cloak, binding them in both comfort and fear. Then, like a snap of tension, he closes the distance. Their lips meet, a collision of ambition and uncertainty, soft yet electric. There is a desperation behind the kiss, a hunger that speaks of battles lost and won, of dreams yet to be forged. The world outside fades away, replaced by a cacophony of heartbeats and breaths, a symphony of longing. Yet Josephine knows, oh, how she knows, that this moment, so charged with possibility, is also the beginning of a war within. I remember, she whispers against his lips, the night before I first met you, the stars seemed to mock my loneliness. In those words, she feels the weight of her past, lover's lust, dreams forsaken, a heart that longs to be whole but fears the cost. Napoleon, too, carries the echoes of his own shattered dreams, a past filled with the ghosts of those who dared to challenge him. As the night deepens, their desire warps into something darker, more primal. The shadows gather, creeping around them like the ghosts of their own fears. Together, they stand at the edge of a precipice, the unknown yawning before them, a chasm filled with the promise of glory and the threat of ruin. This night, this wedding night, is merely the prelude to an opera of ambition and betrayal. In the silence that follows, Josephine feels the pulse of history echoing around them, a reminder that every choice, every moment of intimacy, can ignite a firestorm. She is bound to him, body and soul, yet the chains of her heart remain unshackled, a wild thing yearning for freedom amidst the confines of duty. Napoleon pulls back, searching her eyes, the intensity of his gaze a reflection of his own battle for control. "Will you be my empress?" he asks, but the question hangs heavy, thick with implications. The reality of it crashes over her, a wave of hope and dread. To be an empress is to wear a crown of thorns, she thinks. To love is to risk a heart shattered beyond repair. The clock ticks on, each second echoing like a drumbeat heralding the chaos to come. The night remains thick with tension, the air electric, charged with a promise that feels both exhilarating and terrifying. Their wedding night, a mere breath away from 1,000 storms yet to break, lingers in the air, a prelude to a tumultuous symphony destined to reverberate through history. The clock struck midnight, its chime echoing through the empty halls of the palace, as if the very walls were mourning. Shadows danced along the cold stone, flickering like ghosts caught between the past and the present. I stood at the window, staring out at the darkened city of Madrid, feeling the weight of my crown pressing down like a heavy shroud. The air was thick with tension, laced with the scent of dampness and the distant echo of laughter, someone else's joy, someone else's life. I couldn't breathe. I remember the sheen of satin beneath my fingertips, the coolness of the fabric promising elegance but whispering of entrapment. The wedding dress loomed behind me, a powerful reminder of the fate that awaited me. I was to be married, but to whom? This was no love story, it was a cruel twist of fate, a game of politics. My heart raced in my chest, a frantic drumbeat against the silence, louder than the laughter of nobles cloaked in silk and deceit. Francisco de Asis, my betrothed, was more of a shadow than a man, a figure molded by the expectations of others, draped in the finery of a royal facade. I remember his eyes, dull and distant, no spark of life behind them. He was a pawn, just as much as I was, both of us trapped in a web spun by our families, by a kingdom that demanded bloodlines over love. I could see it in his posture, the way he shifted uncomfortably, shoulders hunched like a man carrying the weight of a world he had never chosen. What do you do when your wedding feels like a funeral? I stood there, the moonlight casting a silvery glow over the room, my heart a cacophony of confusion and dread. My mother's laughter echoed in my ears, a distant memory of the days before crowns and thorns when love was something you chased, not something you wore like a noose. I can still see her now, her eyes glimmering with a hope that felt painfully naive. With each tick of the clock, I felt the seconds draining my resolve. The ceremony was an hour away. An hour. What could possibly happen in an hour? I could run. I could scream. But the world outside was a cage, and I was the delicate bird trapped within. Outside, the city was alive, but here, in the palace, I felt like a ghost haunting my own impending fate. As I prepared myself, the sound of footsteps echoed down the corridor. There he was. Francisco. I could hear him before I saw him, the hesitant shuffle of a man acutely aware of his own insignificance. The door creaked open, and I turned to face him. His expression was a mirror of my own fear, uncertainty etched in every line of his face. "I'm sorry," he said, the words tumbling out limply, as if they had lost all meaning somewhere in the distance. Sorry for what? For being the man I had to marry. For the lost dreams that would never see the light. I wanted to shake him, to wake him from this stupor of acceptance. But who would I be without this marriage? Who would I be without the crown, "I didn't choose this either," I whispered, the raw truth cutting through the air like the sharpest knife. I felt the weight of my loneliness, 1,000 unshed tears pulling behind my eyes. In that moment, I saw him for who he was, a man burdened by expectations, drowning in a sea of obligation. It was a strange kind of bond, one forged in the fires of despair, and for a fleeting second, it almost felt comforting. "You're not alone," he said, his voice barely above a murmur, but it struck me like thunder. Our eyes locked, and in that shared moment of vulnerability, something shifted. There was a flicker of understanding, a spark that hinted at the possibility of connection, however fleeting. But the clock ticked on, relentless and cruel. I remember the weight of the crown as I stepped into the grand hall, the air thick with perfume and pretense. Faces turned towards me, smiles painted like masks. They were there to witness the spectacle, the marriage that would bind our fates. My heart raced as I walked towards the altar, every footfall echoing like a death knell. I could feel the eyes upon me, the weight of their judgment suffocating. The priest began his incantation, words swirling around us like a tempest. I glanced at Francisco, his face a mask of resolve, but as our hands clasped, I felt the tremor of uncertainty shaking through him. I wanted to scream, to shatter the illusion of this moment, a moment that felt more like a prison than a celebration. But silence enveloped me, swallowed my voice whole, leaving me gasping for air. "Do you take this man?" The question hung in the air, thick and oppressive. I looked into his eyes, searching for a flicker of hope, a glimpse of rebellion, but all I found was resignation. What was I saying yes to? A future wrapped in duty, a life devoid of passion. The weight of the moment pressed down, suffocating. "I do," I uttered, the words escaping my lips as if they had been carved from stone. In that instant, I felt the chains lock into place, an irreversible decision sealing our fates. The congregation erupted in applause, but it felt hollow, a mocking echo in the chambers of my heart. The wedding feast was a masquerade, a celebration of chains disguised as joy. Laughter rang out, but I could hear the undercurrent of whispers, about me, about us, about the kingdom. I was no longer a girl dreaming of love, I was a queen, a vessel for alliances, a pawn in a game far larger than myself. And as the night wore on, I felt the shadows creeping closer, the weight of my own existence anchoring me to the ground. I could see them, the ghosts of what could have been, swirling around us, mocking our fate. But somewhere deep within, beneath the layers of silk and duty, I held on to a flicker of hope, a hope that perhaps, in the midst of this darkness, we might find a way to carve out our own light. But in that moment, as I danced with Francisco, I realized love was not just a feeling, it was a battle. It was the fight against the whispers of despair, the struggle to find meaning in the ashes of expectations. And as the music swelled, I could feel the pulse of the night echoing in my veins, a haunting melody that promised both destruction and salvation. The clock strikes midnight, its echo reverberating through the grand halls of a palace that feels more like a tomb. Shadows stretch across the marble floors, twisting and writhing like the strained hearts of those who occupy it. I stand in the darkness, the air thick with tension, the scent of betrayal hanging like a shroud. It's the kind of silence that screams secrets, where every whispered accusation could ignite a firestorm. I remember the moment vividly, the flicker of a candle, the chilling brush of a night breeze, and the sorrowful eyes of Caroline, the woman who dared to claim a throne that felt more like a prison. Caroline of Brunswick, herself a tempest of emotions, stood at the window, staring out at the moonlit garden. Her silhouette was haunting, framed by darkness, her face a canvas of defiance and despair. She was a queen stripped of her crown, yet wrapped in an armor of resolve. "Do you see it, George?" she murmured, her voice barely a whisper, yet it cut through the night like glass. "Do you see all that you have thrown away?" But George IV, the reluctant king, was a man caught in the web of his own miscommunication, his own flawed perceptions. A marble statue, a mask of indifference, he turned his back to her, his heart a fortress with walls too high for love to breach. He was a man who had everything, the title, the power, the prestige, but still felt like a ghost, haunting the very halls that should have been filled with laughter and light. "You don't understand," he spat back, his voice trembling with a mix of anger and sorrow. "You never did." I remember the flicker of anguish in her eyes as she recoiled, not from his words, but from the truth that dripped like poison between them. A truth so palpable it threatened to suffocate the very air they breathed. "And you think you do," she shot back, her voice rising, crackling with the energy of a storm about to break. "You think you know my heart, my pain, my dreams. The moon bore witness, its pale light spilling across the floor like spilled ink. It illuminated the distance between them, a chasm filled with misunderstanding, echoing with the words left unsaid. Caroline stepped closer, her breath itching as she tried to breach the invisible barrier that had grown between them, thick with years of resentment and disappointment. You think me a stranger, yet I am the only one who has ever truly seen you. But George, with his princely arrogance, remained blinded by his own fears, mistaking her passion for aggression, her sorrow for manipulation. You're a fool, Caroline, he cried, the words slicing through the night like a dagger. A foolish woman chasing ghosts. What do you want from me? A love that never was. It was then that the air crackled with the weight of unspoken truths, a storm brewing with each heartbeat, each breath. I remember the tremor in her voice, the way it broke, fragile, like a china doll, yet fierce with an undercurrent of rebellion. I want the man I married. The man who whispered sweet promises in the soft glow of candlelight. Not this empty shell of a king. Their voices echoed through the palace, a symphony of anguish and misunderstanding, building upon itself like a tidal wave. I could almost feel the walls tremble, the very fabric of their world threatening to unravel. Shadows danced in the corners, dark and foreboding, whispering secrets of a love twisted by time and circumstance. The moment stretched, heavy and thick, punctuated by their breaths, labored, desperate. Caroline's fiery spirit clashed with George's cold pragmatism, creating an electric tension that vibrated through the air. You think you can hide behind your title? That you can drown out my voice with your silence? George turned, his eyes dark and stormy. What do you expect from me? I am a king. I have duties, responsibilities, and I am your wife, she interjected, taking a step forward, her heart pounding with every word. Yet you treat me like a stranger. You've locked me away, suffocated my spirit. With each accusation, each plea, the atmosphere thickened, crackling with the raw energy of their conflict. I could feel the weight of history pressing down on them, as if the very walls of the palace were closing in, squeezing the truth out of them. You're right, George finally admitted, his voice breaking, the sheen of arrogance fading. I've lost myself in the crown. I no longer know who I am. A moment hung suspended, a heartbeat caught between two souls. I remember the flicker of hope dancing in Caroline's eyes, a fragile flame against the overwhelming darkness. Then find yourself, she implored, her voice softening, reaching out to him, desperate for connection. Before the ghosts of our past consume us. But ghosts have a way of lingering, of haunting, and the silence that followed was deafening. A truth that could have shattered their walls became another layer of misunderstanding, a gaping wound that festered beneath the surface. Each heartbeat echoed louder, a cruel reminder that they were both prisoners of their own making. As dawn approached, the shadows retreated, but their battle remained, wrapped in the fragile light of a new day. I remember the moment when their gazes locked, a silent plea passing between them, yet the distance remained, an insurmountable barrier forged from pain and pride. And so they stood, two figures poised at the brink of an emotional abyss, their hearts echoing with the weight of unfulfilled dreams and the burden of choices unmade. The clock continued its relentless ticking, each second a reminder of the love that had once flourished, now frozen in time. The world outside moved on, oblivious, uncaring, while inside, a tempest raged, waiting for the moment it would all explode. Perhaps it was never about the crown or the title, but about understanding, about connection, about the haunting specter of miscommunication that spiraled around them like a noose tightening with every passing day. In the end, they remained trapped, two kindred spirits lost in the labyrinth of their own hearts, desperate for a way out, yet paralyzed by fear. As the sun broke over the horizon, casting pale light through the palace windows, the shadows of their past lingered, ghosts that would never truly disappear, their echoes forever entwined in the fabric of their lives. The stage was set, the players were ready. And so the dance of misunderstanding continued, the tumultuous waltz of George IV and Caroline of Brunswick, spiraling endlessly into the depths of their fractured hearts. The moon hung heavy and full in the Spanish sky, a merciless witness to the trembling anticipation of a night destined to unravel. Shadows flickered like restless spirits against the stone walls of the Alcázar, a labyrinth of honor and dread. I stood there, heart pounding like the war drums of a forgotten era, as the door to the chamber creaked open, revealing a world steeped in expectation, yet tainted by an undercurrent of fear. Ferdinand, a figure carved from ambition, stood rigid, his back straight, shoulders squared, but the tension in his frame was palpable. He clutched the ornate hilt of his sword, the cool metal grounding him, anchoring him to a reality that felt increasingly distant. His thoughts whirled like autumn leaves caught in a tempest, the weight of a crown pressed upon him, crushing him under the expectations of a kingdom and the legacy of a marriage meant to unify realms. For all the fanfare of his wedding day, this moment felt like a cruel joke. The chamber, resplendent in its opulence, felt like a gilded cage. Candles flickered, their flames bending in unison, whispering secrets to the night. The air was thick with the scent of roses, sickly sweet, but beneath it lingered something else, anxiety, like a ghost hovering just out of sight. I could hear my own breath, ragged and uneven, as I sensed the weight of Isabella's presence, a potent mix of grace and vulnerability. She stood across the room, her face a portrait of conflicting emotions. A heart ready to bloom yet encased in ice, Isabella's eyes shimmered with something unnameable, something that sent chills racing down my spine. Her beauty, though legendary, felt like a fragile glass ornament, a thing of exquisite peril. What lay beneath that exterior? A fire? A storm? Or a flickering candle ready to extinguish at the slightest breeze? I remember, the phrase echoed in my mind, a refrain tied to this chaotic ceremony. I remembered the laughter from the grand hall, the joyous shouts of nobles and peasants alike, the shattering of a glass, the first omen of what was to come. Everyone had cheered, but it felt like a dirge. In the back of my thoughts, the clock ticked relentlessly, marching forward, counting down to the inevitable collapse of dreams, mine, theirs, Spain's. As Ferdinand stepped forward, an uncharacteristic tremor danced in his hands. Isabella, he murmured, a name that hung between them like a knife ready to drop. We are bound now, two as one. The realm commands our hearts, and we shall not fail. But his voice faltered, thick with the weight of unspoken fears, a king, yet a boy, on the brink of becoming something he could not yet fathom. Isabella's gaze was fierce, ignited by a flicker of rebellion. Bound. Or shackled. Her voice, soft yet cutting, stirred the air like a sudden wind. Do you feel it, Ferdinand? The weight of expectation. The pressure to forge a future from our union. With each word, she peeled back the layers of their union, exposing the raw nerve beneath. I could feel the static in the air, an electric charge that whispered of betrayal and the potential for heartbreak. In that enclosed space, the walls seemed to shrink, closing in on their hopes, their fears, their dreams. The flickering candlelight painted their faces in stark relief, moments of joy, moments of despair, all bleeding together like a forgotten painting. Ferdinand clenched his jaw, trying to hold on to the facade of a leader, a protector. We can do this. We must do this. But inside, he trembled, an emperor without a crown, a heart racing like a caged bird desperately searching for freedom. He was a man caught in a tempest, longing to bring peace to a realm yet trapped in the chaos of his own insecurities. I remember, the echo of that phrase lingered in my mind, the ghosts of celebrations past overshadowed by the eerie silence that filled the room, punctuated only by the distant laughter of revelers oblivious to the turmoil brewing just beyond the closed door. Isabella stepped closer, her breath mingling with the night air, and for a fleeting moment, hope flickered in her eyes. What if we are more than the dreams of our ancestors? What if, do not say it. Ferdinand interrupted, the desperation in his voice a raw wound laid bare. What if we fail? The question hung between them, a dark spectre looming over their union as if the very cosmos conspired against them. Isabella's heart raced, caught in the web of unfulfilled dreams. Failure is not in the falling, Ferdinand. It's in the fear that binds us. The tension grew, building like a storm on the horizon, electric and unrelenting. Are we destined to be mere pawns in a game that has long been played? I cannot be your savior, he shot back, the words bitter on his tongue. And I will not be your prison. Each word sliced through the air, a duel of emotions that neither could win. The intensity crackled, and suddenly, everything felt too real, too raw. I could feel the visceral pulse of their anguish, two souls caught in an intricate dance of desire and dread, their laughter turned to ashes in the face of impending reality. And then, the flickering candle extinguished, plunging the chamber into darkness. Time stretched, and in that silence, I felt the weight of their hearts, two stars colliding, burning brightly yet consumed by a darkness deeper than the night itself. I remember, the phrase echoed still, drenched in the tension of what had been and what could never be. Their wedding night was a tapestry woven with dreams, yet it unraveled before my very eyes, tension rising like a tide threatening to drown them both. The chasm between expectation and reality growled, insatiable and hungry. In that moment, I realized their story was not just their own, it echoed through the years, a haunting reminder of the burdens borne by those who dared to dream. As the clock ticked on, their breaths hung in the air like fragile whispers, heavy with uncertainty. Would they find the courage to break free, or would they be lost in the shadows of their own making? And so, there they stood, caught in the bittersweet grip of realization, terrified yet resolute, waiting for a dawn that might never come. The night was still young, and the great disappointment had only just begun. The silence before the storm clung to the air like the dampness of a forgotten cellar, thick and suffocating. The courtyard of the Palais de Luxembourg, where joy should have bloomed like the roses in summer, felt heavy with an unseen weight. Shadows lengthened, creeping along the cobblestones as if they, too, were trying to escape the raucous laughter of the guests, the clinking of goblets, and the haunting notes of the lute. It was supposed to be a celebration, yet the laughter echoed like ghosts, teasing a happiness that felt just out of reach. I stood there, heart pounding, a witness to the chaos. My name? Well, that's irrelevant, just another face in the crowd. But Marie de Medici, radiant yet trembling, was the sun in this gathering of planets, and I was drawn to gravity. Her gown, a cascade of rich fabrics, shimmered under the torches, yet the glimmer of joy in her eyes flickered like a candle in a tempest. She was on the precipice of a fairy tale, one that whispered promises yet felt tainted by the very air she breathed. Henry IV, the man with the crown and a heart split between love and duty, stood at the altar. His eyes, fierce and desperate, searched for Marie among the throngs, yet every glance was shadowed by the weight of his own past, heavy with the lingering scent of bloodshed and betrayal. I could see it, the way he clenched his jaw, the way his hands trembled, an emperor caught in the crosshairs of love and loyalty. I remember, he would whisper to the night later, perhaps, I remember the wars I fought, the enemies I vanquished, but nothing prepared me for this. But there he was, standing resolute, a lion in a den full of hyenas, with uncertainty gnawing at his insides. Then, as if summoned by the discordant note of fate, there came the unexpected guest, a figure cloaked in darkness, slipping through the throng like a serpent in the grass. The atmosphere shifted, the laughter fading, replaced by a stifling tension. Who were they? A spectre of the past. A harbinger of doom. Every heartbeat echoed, and the world held its breath, teetering on the edge of something terrible. Marie's heart raced as she locked eyes with this figure, recognition drawing both fear and fury across her face. The room spun, the laughter now a haunting melody of uncertainty. "What do you want?" she seemed to scream silently, her lips moving but no sound escaping. It was the question of the hour, and it hung in the air like a guillotine waiting to drop. The unexpected guest, the haunting silhouette, was a ghost from the shadows of Henry's past, weaving a tapestry of memories both sordid and sweet. This apparition was the embodiment of secrets long buried, promises unkept. They were the spectre of a love that had once danced in the moonlight, tasted sweet as nectar, only to be poisoned by betrayal. The air thickened with the unspoken words, the what ifs, that fluttered like moths around a flame. In that moment, time twisted, unraveling into a tapestry of memory and emotion. I could see Marie's mind racing, her thoughts spiraling into a chasm of doubt. Does he love her still? Will I be a pawn in this game? The heart is a treacherous thing. It beats, it quickens, but it can also freeze, and in this moment, it felt like ice. Henry, caught in the crossfire, felt the weight of the world pressing against his shoulders. I remember, he would later confess to the stars, I remember the taste of blood on my hands, the warmth of her laughter, and now this ghost that haunts me. The air was thick with regret, a bittersweet symphony that played on repeat, drowning out the jubilant notes of the wedding celebration. And just like that, the walls closed in, the laughter stilled, and all that remained was the heart-stopping tension of an unspoken confrontation. The air crackled, filled with prophecies of love and loss, of joy and despair. A single breath could shatter the delicate web of hope spun throughout the night. Marie's gaze flitted between Henry and the unexpected guest, their eyes locked in a silent battle, a clash of emotions that could rend the very fabric of their reality. "Why are you here?" she wanted to scream, to challenge the silence that screamed louder than 1,000 words. But in that moment, the tension reached a fever pitch. The uninvited lingered, their presence a dark cloud threatening to eclipse the fragile union unfolding. "What do you seek?" The question hung like a blade over the revelers, a reminder that even in love, darkness could creep in, clawing at the edges of hope. And so the clock ticked, each second thundering against the silence, urging action, urging confrontation. This moment would define them, brand them. Would it be love or despair, light or darkness? The air vibrated with possibility, and my heart raced, caught in the web of their lives, woven tight with exquisite tension and raw emotion. As the unexpected guest stepped forward, shadows danced and flickered across the walls, a harbinger of chaos or perhaps a whisper of salvation. The choice lay in their hands, a coin spinning in the air of fate. Would they embrace the dark, or would they cast it aside to walk into the light? The world waited, breath held, hearts pounding, as the inevitable loomed, ready to crash down like thunder across the courtyard. Time slowed, each heartbeat a drum roll, rising, toward an explosive crescendo that felt both terrifying and thrilling. And in that moment of silence, something shifted. The stage was set for the drama of their lives, a wedding, a ghost, a truth long buried. The dance of love and betrayal had only just begun, a symphony of emotions poised to unravel, leaving behind an echo that would resonate long after the last note had faded. The air is thick with expectation, a palpable tension that wraps around my throat like a noose. The flickering candles cast shadows that dance eerily against the stone walls of the chamber, their light trembling like the hearts of the two souls who stand on the precipice of a union. I can almost hear the whispers of the past echoing within these walls, the ghosts of failed marriages lurking in the corners, waiting for their moment to pounce. I remember the weight of the crown, the sharp edges of its jewels digging into my brow, a reminder of the power I am supposed to wield but which feels more like a burden. I feel more like a pawn than a queen, and as I glance at him, Malcolm, my husband, his handsome features are marred by uncertainty, the fierce warrior reduced to a boy trembling under the weight of expectation. He stands there, a titan in stature, yet a fragile flower swaying in the gale of impending intimacy. Margaret, he whispers, his voice a low rumble filled with an uncharacteristic vulnerability. Will you? But the words hang, heavy and unformed, in the air between us, a chasm of fear and longing. I feel it, a knot of terror churning in my stomach. What if I am not enough? What if the dreams painted in the colorful tapestries of my mind unravel under the harsh light of reality? I remember the stories, the ones told by candlelight, where love conquers all, where every kiss ignites stars and every touch sends shivers through the cosmos. Yet here in this chamber, the air is stale, thick with the musk of unwashed bodies and the remnants of poorly bathed lives. They bathed once a year. So yeah, romance was earthy. Malcolm steps closer, his breath mingling with mine, warm and hesitant. I can feel the heat radiating from his body, a furnace that contrasts sharply with the frigid uncertainty wrapping around my heart. His eyes meet mine, stormy, deep, like the turbulent seas off the coast of Scotland. I see a flicker of resolve, but beneath it lies a bed of doubt, and suddenly I am terrified of igniting the tempest within him. What if he looks at me and sees not a queen, but a foreign girl, a stranger draped in silk? I am an outsider in this land, a pawn in a political game played by kings and queens, my heart a mere currency in this perilous exchange. Margaret, he repeats, the name a prayer, a plea, but with each utterance it feels like a challenge. Will I rise to meet it? Or will I falter, like so many before me? The world outside whispers through the stone walls, a cacophony of revelry muffled by the thick tapestry of the night. Laughter and music spill from the banquet hall, but they feel miles away, surreal and haunting. I can almost envision my family, my mother's warm smile, and my father's stern gaze, both far across the sea. I clutch my hands together, nails digging into my palms. He inches closer, and suddenly the air crackles. The tension is a living thing, breathing, pulsing. I am acutely aware of the fabric of my dress, the way it clings to me, the way it restricts. My heart races, a wild beast trying to escape its cage, while my mind races with 1,000 thoughts, each one a spectre that threatens to unravel the fragile threads of my composure. Margaret, I am not a man of words, he confesses, and I can see the rough lines of his hands, calloused from battles fought, yet they tremble now, unsure and hesitant. I fear I will not be the husband you deserve. The confession pierces through me like a blade. I want to reach out, to tell him that I understand, my own insecurities scream at me like banshees. Who am I to be queen? Who am I to take this warrior's heart? Yet, as I stand there, the silence grows thicker, stretching to a breaking point, every heartbeat echoing like a drum in the stillness. I remember, I whisper, but the memories fade into the fabric of the night, tangled and confused. I remember the tales of love, the knights and their damsels, all those stories that promised happiness. Yet in this moment, happiness feels elusive, cloaked in shadows. The shadows seem to whisper secrets, twisting reality into something unrecognizable. Time stretches like a taut string, ready to snap. I can almost feel the clock ticking down to the inevitable, a countdown to a moment that could change everything, yet feels terrifyingly mundane. "Will you?" Malcolm starts again, but then he falters, his voice breaking. The silence envelops us, swelling like a tempest, thick and suffocating. I lean in, desperate to bridge the chasm. What if we simply tried? My words are tentative, floating in the charged air. What if we shared this night, just as we are, flawed and uncertain? His eyes widen, a flicker of hope mingling with suspicion. Together. Yes, together. My heart quickens as I step closer, daring to close the distance. The moment stretches, taut and electric as I draw nearer, the world outside fading, the laughter and music swallowed by the weight of what was about to happen. With each breath, the tension escalates, weaving around us like a cocoon, wrapping us in fragility and promise. There is no grand gesture, no poetic declaration. Just two souls, trembling in the night, poised on the brink of something vast and terrifying, a plunge into the unknown. As I reach for him, my fingers barely brushing his cheek, I am acutely aware of the shadows around us, the echoes of the past whispering warnings. But I am done with fear, done with silence. I am more than a pawn in a game, I am a player, and I will not let the ghosts of what was hold me back. And in that instant, as our worlds collide, I feel the ground shift beneath us, the universe holding its breath, waiting for the moment to explode into 1,000 stars. This is not the end, no, it is merely the beginning, the prelude to a symphony that promises to be both beautiful and haunting, just like love itself. The chamber is thick with shadows, heavy as a funeral shroud, and the air crackles with the weight of unspoken words. I stand at the threshold, heart pounding like a war drum, each beat a reminder that tonight is not merely a celebration but a battleground disguised as a wedding. The flickering candlelight casts long, quivering shadows across the walls, and I can almost hear them whispering secrets of love turned bitter, passions choked by ambition. Henry, the newly crowned king, paces like a caged beast, his brow furrowed, mouth set in a grim line. His hands, so strong, so commanding, twist together, an awkward gesture of vulnerability that betrays the turmoil beneath his polished exterior. He is handsome, yes, but there is a storm behind those blue eyes, a tempest of fear and doubt. I can feel it radiating from him, charging the air with a tension that makes my skin prickle. What man, after all, can truly claim a kingdom without first conquering the heart of his queen? And then there's Eleanor, my heart stutters at the thought of her. The queen who was once a girl of Aquitaine, a land of sun-drenched vineyards and sprawling castles. She stands in the corner, regal and fierce, yet shadowed by an unshakable loneliness. Her dark hair cascades around her shoulders, framing a face that is both beautiful and haunted. I remember the stories, the tales of her defiance, of her love that burned like wildfire, consuming everything in its path. And yet, there is a hollowness in her gaze now, a flicker of fear. She holds her head high, but beneath the surface, waves of uncertainty crash against the shore of her resolve. I remember, I whisper, almost to myself, when she believed love could conquer all. But love is a battlefield, and tonight, it feels more like a bed of thorns. Each sharp stem pierces deeper than the last, a reminder of the sacrifices made, the dreams traded for power. The wedding vows were spoken with all the pomp of a grand spectacle, adorned with gilded words that now feel heavy with irony. They smile for the court, but here, behind closed doors, the silence is suffocating. I can taste the tension, thick and metallic like blood in the air. What lies beneath the surface of this union? What festering wounds do they hide? Do you fear me, Eleanor? Henry's voice cuts through the stillness, raw and exposing. There is a vulnerability there, a crack in the armor of the king. He is not just a ruler, he is a man desperate for connection. And yet, that very desperation terrifies him. I see the flicker of hope in his eyes, a plea for warmth, for her acceptance. Her response is a soft echo, laced with steel. Fear? No. I am not afraid of you, Henry. But I do fear what this union demands of us. The words hang in the air, heavy with unfulfilled promises. Love, duty, ambition, they are tangled vines, choking out the very essence of who they are. Henry steps closer, the distance between them compressing like a drawn bowstring. I hold my breath, waiting for the release. There is a moment, brief and electric, where the air crackles with possibility. Does he dare to reach for her? To bridge that chasm of uncertainty? But doubt is a creeping shadow, and it rushes in to fill the space they've created. You wear the crown of Aquitaine, but I wear the burden of a kingdom, he replies, voice low and strained. Will you stand beside me, or will you be a thorn in my side? Eleanor's expression transforms, shifting from defiance to something darker, a tempest brewing behind her eyes. I will never be your prisoner, Henry. Not in my heart, nor in my spirit. Each word is a dagger, fiery and unapologetic. She is not merely a queen, she is a force of nature, and he must decide whether to embrace her or be consumed by her wrath. I remember the stories of old, of kings and queens whose hearts were forged in love yet shattered by ambition. A haunting waltz of power plays out before me, each footfall echoing in my chest. The room feels colder now, the very walls listening, witnesses to a dance of betrayal and longing. Eleanor, he says, voice trembling on the edge of desperation, you are the light in this darkness, the promise of a brighter dawn. Don't you see? The weight of his confession is palpable, raw and vulnerable. The silence stretches, taut and fraught with tension. She holds his gaze, a storm of emotions swirling between them, love, resentment, hope, and fear, all tangled together like a roiling sea. And if that light burns too bright, what then? What if I become your undoing? A shiver runs through me, the depth of their conflict igniting a fire in my veins. This is not just a night of passion, it is a crucible, a test of their souls, each moment a reckoning of what it means to love in a world that demands sacrifice. The candles flicker violently, as if aware of the tempest brewing in their hearts. Outside, the city sleeps, blissfully unaware of the chaos unfolding within these walls. But here, in this chamber of secrets, every heartbeat resonates like a war drum, a reminder that love can be both a sanctuary and a battlefield. Stay with me, he begs, desperation leaking into his voice. Together, we can change the world. But she is resolute, a queen forged in the fires of conflict. Or we could conquer each other, she replies, a challenge woven into her tone. And in that moment, the world around me blurs, fading into the background. I am lost in the dance, a witness to a love that is fierce and flawed, teetering on the edge of ruin. Time pulses in the air, a heartbeat that echoes with unfulfilled promises. The clock ticks in the distance, a reminder that midnight approaches, bringing with it the echoes of their choices that will echo through the annals of history. The night swells with tension, the future uncertain, yet poised on the brink of something profound. As their eyes lock, the world outside dims, and I realize that whether they rise as a united force or fall as tragic figures depends entirely on the choices made in the seconds that follow. Would they be the architects of their own destiny, or would they be consumed by the very fire that once brought them together? And as I watch, breathless and caught in the storm, I feel the weight of history pressing down, forcing me to recognize that love, raw and unyielding, is both a blessing and a curse. In the space between their hearts, I sense the echoes of a battle yet to come. The night is far from over, it is merely the beginning. The clock struck midnight, its chime heavy with foreboding, echoing through the dimly lit halls of the palace. Shadows danced upon the stone walls, swirling like ghosts conjured from the depths of despair. Queen Victoria's daughter, Princess Beatrice, stood at the center of it all, her breath itching in her throat as she clutched a crumpled letter, the ink still fresh but the words a bitter ache. The parchment felt like a noose in her hands, binding her to a fate she had never sought. I can't, she whispered, her voice barely a wisp, swallowed by the oppressive silence that loomed like a specter. Outside, the wind howled, rattling the window panes as if it, too, protested the unwelcome arrangement. A marriage to Prince Albrecht, a stranger cloaked in the brilliance of nobility, was not a union forged in love but in the cold calculations of power and lineage. But love was a luxury she could not afford. A tear slipped down Beatrice's cheek, warm against the chill of betrayal. She remembered the fleeting moments of laughter, the warmth of stolen glances, conversations cloaked in secrecy, laughter shared in the moonlight. Albrecht's eyes, dark and stormy, had once filled her with hope, whispering promises of a different future. Yet now, they felt like chains, dragging her toward an altar that loomed like a gallows. In another room, far too close yet infinitely distant, Prince Albrecht paced, the tension coiling in his gut like a snake ready to strike. For him, this marriage was a lifeline, a desperate grasp at stability in the tempest of his family's legacy. The weight of expectation pressed down on his shoulders, suffocating and relentless. He could hear her, faintly, her anguish a haunting melody that seeped through the walls. A part of him yearned to comfort her, to pull her close and tell her everything would be all right. But another part, darker and fiercer, whispered of duty and ambition, of a crown that would never rest easy. "I never wanted this," he murmured to the shadows, clenching his fists until the skin turned white. The walls echoed his unspoken fears, the ghosts of his ancestors watched, their hollow eyes demanding a sacrifice. He could almost hear their voices, hissing accusations and forgotten dreams. But who am I to defy the will of the throne? The night thickened, a suffocating blanket woven from grief and regret. Beatrice stepped back into her memories. She remembered the day her mother had spoken of duty over desire, the words echoing like the tolling of a church bell, heavy, unyielding. "You must do what is right, my dear," Victoria had said, her voice both soothing and laced with iron. "The kingdom depends on you. We endure for the crown." Endure. The word hung in the air, a bitter reminder that love was for peasants, for those who could afford such fancies. She felt like a pawn in a game of chess, the king and queen maneuvering her across a board of their making. With every heartbeat, the bitter truth settled deeper in her bones. Love was not meant for them. But what was she without love? An empty shell, merely a vessel for royal blood. The thought clawed at her insides, raw and visceral. She turned the letter over, tracing the elegant script with trembling fingers, the promises it made blurring with the tears that welled in her eyes. In that moment, she was not a princess, she was a girl trapped in a gilded cage, yearning for freedom, for the wild abandon of chasing dreams instead of dutifully walking toward despair. Back in the shadows, Albrecht paused, the weight of his own thoughts pressing down like a thick fog. The whispers of the court, the rustle of silks and gowns, echoed in his mind, each sound a reminder of the tangled web of duty and desire that enmeshed them both. He wanted to break free, to escape the chains of expectation that had bound him since birth. But in doing so, would he shatter her dreams too? Desperation clawed at him. He would not be the villain in her story. He would not be the monster who stole her youth and crushed her spirit beneath the weight of a crown. "Maybe I can," he started, the words caught in his throat like shards of glass. But how could he save her when he was shackled just the same? In the heart of the palace, as the clock ticked on, time felt like a cruel joke. Each heartbeat echoed with the memories of what could have been, shadows of dreams that flickered just out of reach. Beatrice could hear the echoes of her laughter, the sweet melody of hope entwined with the bitter taste of despair. "I remember," she whispered into the darkness, "when love felt like freedom." And in that moment, Albrecht's door creaked open, a hesitant bridge between two worlds. He stepped into a light, the space between them electric, charged with the unspoken fears and desires that lay unacknowledged. Their eyes met, and for a heartbeat, the world faded away, leaving only the intensity of their shared agony, a fragile thread woven from longing and duty. "Beatrice," he breathed, the name a prayer, a plea, a promise. "I didn't choose this either." "I know," she replied, her voice trembling, the walls of her heart wavering under the weight of his gaze. "But what do we do now?" The question hung heavy, a damning silence stretching between them, the cosmos swirling in the void filled with unfulfilled dreams. Outside, the night grew darker still, the shadows gathering as if waiting for a reckoning, for the moment when duty would clash with desire. And somewhere, in the depths of their hearts, both knew the game was only just beginning. The candlelight flickered like whispers of secrets shared in hushed tones, shadows dancing across the intricately carved walls, each flicker, a heartbeat, a reminder of life and death, of joy and dread. Maria Theresa stood at the threshold, her breath hitching in her throat, the weight of the world pressing down on young shoulders cloaked in silken fabric. Tonight, she would marry Francis I, yet her heart thundered with a dissonant symphony of anxiety and yearning. The air was thick with anticipation, the kind that clings to the skin and settles in the pit of the stomach. I remember the night. Stars scattered like confetti across the velvety sky, oblivious to the turmoil unfolding within the palace walls. I remember the way the moonlight filtered through the curtains, casting ghostly patterns on the floor, a ballet of light and shadow, echoing the chaos in her heart. She was not merely a bride, she was a pawn in a game of power, a vessel for dynastic ambitions. Yet, in this moment, she was simply a girl afraid of the dark. In the adjacent chamber, Francis paced like a caged lion. The crown weighed heavy on his brow, a tangible reminder of the lineage he was bound to uphold. The Habsburgs, cursed with the burden of destiny, carried their legacy like a noose. Each step echoed with the footsteps of ancestors long gone, their specters whispering tales of decay and intrigue. He was not just a man, he was the embodiment of an empire. And tonight, he was expected to consummate a union that felt more like a sacrificial ritual than a celebration of love. The clock ticked ominously, each chime a reminder of time slipping away, a countdown to an inevitable confrontation. Maria's hands trembled as she clutched the lace of her gown, the delicate fabric betraying her resolve. What lay beyond the door was not merely a bed, but a battle, a clash of desires, fears, and expectations. Each breath she took was steeped in a pungent mix of hope and dread, as if the very air conspired against her. I remember, she would later think, the way the flowers wilted in the vase, just like the dreams of those who came before us. Her mind raced with the weight of their expectations. Would she be another name etched in the annals of history, or would she fade into obscurity like so many before her? The curse of the Habsburgs loomed large, an inheritance of sorrow wrapped in opulence. Francis felt it too, the chill that crept up his spine, the way the shadows seemed to breathe around him, wrapping him in their cold embrace. He thought of his father's voice, a ghost from the past, echoing the mantra of duty and sacrifice. A strong ruler is forged in the fires of struggle, the old man had said. Yet, as he prepared to face Maria, he felt like a boy playing dress-up in a king's cloaks, not the man destined to rule, lost between the expectations of the world and the wild pulse of his own heart. He opened the door, and there she stood, a vision in white, illuminated by the soft glow of the candles that flickered like dying stars. Time paused, suspended in that moment, as their eyes locked, a tempest of vulnerability and strength swirling between them. She turned, her breath a soft, fragile thing, and he saw the uncertainty in her gaze, a reflection of his own turmoil. They were bound not just by vows, but by the weight of their lineage and the history that suffocated them like a thick fog. Maria, he murmured, stepping closer, the world outside fading, leaving only the two of them suspended in a moment that felt both eternal and fleeting. The air crackled with tension, electric and raw, as if the walls themselves were straining to hear the unspoken words swirling around them, the emotions bubbling just beneath the surface. In that charged silence, Francis reached out, brushing a stray hair from her face. The touch was tentative, yet it ignited a spark, a flicker of hope in the encroaching darkness. "I wish I could promise you the world," he said, voice low, laced with sincerity. "But all I can give is my heart." And there it was, a declaration, a vulnerability that stripped them bare, laid them open to the ghosts that haunted their family. The specter of betrayal, of heartbreak, loomed large. What if the union designed to solidify their power instead unraveled them? What if love, a fragile thing, could not withstand the storm? In that moment, Maria felt the weight of their names pressing down on her. "What if I fail?" she whispered, the fear spilling from her lips, a confession shrouded in the veil of possibility. "What if I am not enough?" No words could comfort her. Instead, the night deepened, its shadows wrapping around them like a silken noose, a reminder of the history that had brought them here, a history laced with curses and fated encounters. The walls themselves seemed to breathe, a silent audience to their awakening. Every piece of decor, the ornate mirrors, the gilded frames, felt alive, as if they had witnessed the weight of every heartbreak, every betrayal, every sacrifice made in the name of love and power. In that charged atmosphere, a fleeting moment of clarity pierced through the thick veil of uncertainty. They would face the darkness together, not as pawns but as reluctant partners, a dance of two lost souls caught in the chaos of destiny. Whatever the night would bring, they would confront it head-on, armed with nothing but the fragile flicker of hope that ignited in their shared gaze. With a tremor as fragile as the first light of dawn, Maria took his hands. She was terrified, yet exhilarated, stepping into the unknown with a heart full of trepidation. The world outside their chamber continued its relentless march, but in that moment, they were cocooned in a fragile bubble of possibility. Together, Francis breathed, as if sealing a pact, a promise whispered into the gathering dark. And with that simple word, the stage was set, the curse of the Habsburgs looming overhead, a reminder of the trials ahead. The clock ticked on, relentless and unyielding, but within that room, time stood still, a heartbeat echoing through the silence, a fragile hope igniting beneath the weight of history. A door creaked in the distance, the shadows lengthened, and the night breathed around them, a haunting reminder that their story was only just beginning. The night clung to the castle like a shroud, a heavy blanket of anticipation that wrapped around every tower and corridor. Shadows danced in the flickering candlelight, whispering secrets of the past. I stood there, heart racing, breath shallow, as the weight of history pressed down on my chest. Mary, Queen of Scots, and Henry Stuart, two names that would echo through the ages, yet in this moment, they were merely a boy and a girl lost in the tempest of family strife. The air was thick with the scent of damp stone and fear, an uninvited guest at their wedding feast. I remember the chill that slid down my spine, the way my fingers trembled as I traced the intricate patterns on the tablecloth, each stitch a reminder of the fragile tapestry of their lives. The feast had been a masquerade, laughter buoyed by the wine that flowed like water, but beneath the surface, currents of rage swirled, unseen but palpable. I could see it in the way Mary's eyes flared with defiance, a flicker of flame battling against the encroaching darkness. Her heart was a battleground, torn between duty and desire, love and loathing. Henry, the boy with the crown of dreams, exuded a courage that belied his years. I saw him standing there, handsome and proud, yet shadows clung to him like a second skin. I could almost hear the ghosts of their families, whispering warnings, reminding him of the blood that stained his lineage. The Stuarts and the Hamiltons, an endless cycle of feuding souls, each twist of fate leading them closer to an abyss that threatened to swallow them whole. "Do you feel it?" he whispered, his voice barely more than a breath, an invitation to bear witness to the storm brewing around them. The world collapsed into silence, each heartbeat echoing louder than the last. Mary met his gaze, fierce yet fragile, the weight of her crown pressing heavily upon her brow. Her heart ached, not just with the promise of love but with the realization that love itself was a battleground, one where loyalty and betrayal danced a macabre waltz. "I remember when the sun was brighter," she said, the words spilling from her lips like a lament, twisting through the air. "When dreams were untarnished by blood." A tear glistened in her eye, reflecting the candlelight like a shard of glass, a reminder of the fragility of hope. I felt the pulse of her sorrow, the raw ache of unfulfilled desires, and I wanted to reach out, to cradle that pain as if it was something tangible, something worth saving. "Don't let them win," Henry urged, the fervor in his voice igniting a spark within her. "We are more than just bloodlines, we are our own fate." His hand brushed against hers, fingers lingering, a fleeting moment of warmth in a world teetering on the brink of chaos. But even as they locked their eyes, love blooming between them like a stubborn flower in concrete, I sensed the looming shadows, the insidious whispers of betrayal that lurked just outside their door. The clock chimed like a death knell, echoing through the dark corridors of the castle. Each toll sent ripples of dread through my very being, a reminder that time was an unyielding mistress, one that would not wait for their hearts to align. Mary leaned closer, her breath mingling with his, a heady mixture of longing and fear. "What if our dreams are just illusions?" she asked, a tremor in her voice, as if the very air was charged with their impending doom. "Then I shall chase them, even into the void," he replied, conviction lacing his words, but even I could hear the tremor beneath the bravado. The weight of their families pressed heavily upon them, a tangle of loyalties that had birthed hatred, the specters of their ancestors hovering in the periphery. I could almost see their faces, twisted in anger, foretelling the inevitable clash that awaited them. And yet, the moment stretched, their fingers entwined, the world outside fading into a distant murmur. I felt the electricity between them, a tangible force that defied the darkness. But with it came the icy tendrils of doubt, creeping into the corners of their hearts. What if love itself was a curse? Suddenly, the door burst open, and reality slammed back into the room like a stagehand upsetting the carefully arranged props. The laughter from the feast fell silent, voices hushed, eyes wide with anticipation. It was the specter of their families, those who had stitched their lives with threads of bitterness and blood. The tension clung heavily in the air, thick enough to choke on, as if the very walls were witnesses to a crime yet to be committed. "Your union is a folly," a voice boomed, echoing down the stone corridor. It was a Hamilton, anger dripping from the words like venom. The room crackled with energy as the reality of their situation descended like a dark fog. Mary took a step back, her heart racing, eyes darting toward Henry, searching for solace in the storm. "Let them speak," Henry replied, a steeliness in his voice that belied the turmoil roiling inside. "If love is folly, then let it be a glorious one." Oh, how I wished it could be that simple. But love was never simple, it was a battlefield laden with landmines, each misstep threatening to obliterate everything they had dreamed of. I could see Mary's resolve wavering, the fire within her dimming as the shadows loomed larger. The confrontation crackled in the air like an impending storm, the weight of ancestry pressing down upon them, heavier than any crown. The laughter from the feast was a distant memory now, replaced by an unsettling silence, interrupted only by the sound of their quickened breaths. "Folly, indeed," the voice sneered, cutting through the tension like a knife. You are but pawns in a game played long before you were even born. Each were dripped with disdain, like poison seeping into their veins. I watched helplessly, my heart breaking for the love that was being threatened by the ghosts of a tumultuous past, a history they could not escape. As the shadows closed in, I realized that this was more than just a wedding night. It was a crucible, a moment that would define them, a dance of fate that would either bind their hearts or tear them asunder. I felt the energy crackle and pulse around them, an unseen force that could tip the scales in either direction. The candle flames flickered, casting eerie silhouettes on the walls, their shadows stretching and warping like the hopes that hung in the balance. And in that moment, as the confrontation loomed, I caught a glimpse of their true selves, their desires mixing with the dread of what was to come, their souls intertwined against the backdrop of a family feud that threatened to engulf them both. No longer just a queen and her consort, but two hearts, worn and ragged, standing against a tide of despair. With bated breath, I waited as the world around them trembled, and the night stretched on, a tapestry of love and conflict, woven tightly with the threads of fate. The clock chimed, its heavy metal clang reverberating through the dimly lit halls of the palace, each echo a countdown to chaos. The air was thick, electric, a stifling blanket of anticipation that seeped into skin, suffocating thoughts of grandeur as the day had promised. I stood there, heart racing, no, pounding, each beat a frantic whisper urging me to flee, to run far from the splendor and the shrouded treachery that festooned the great hall. It was a wedding, they said. A union of kingdoms, of power, of love, or was it? I remember Maria's pale face, ghostly against the backdrop of the ornate walls, her eyes pools of uncertainty, drowning in a sea of expectations. Louis XIV, the Golden King, was to marry the Infanta of Spain, yet even the grandeur of his embroidered coat could not mask the fear that clung to him like a second skin. I watched him, standing there, a statue of elegance, yet with an enraged tempest, a storm that threatened to uproot the very foundations of the court. Cloaked in fine silk, Louis was a lion surrounded by sheep, his facade of dominance cracking, splintering with the weight of 1,000 eyes. I remember the way he shifted, his hand brushing against the hilt of his sword, a gesture so small, so human, yet it spoke volumes. The ceremony unfolded, a tapestry woven with whispers of envy and desire. The laughter around us felt hollow, a cruel symphony of joy played for an audience that craved blood, not matrimony. Every exchange of vows was laced with the poison of ambition, every bow and curtsy was a veiled dagger aimed at the heart of the union. The priest droned on, his words a distant echo as I stood lost in the swell of emotions crashing around me. Maria's fingers, delicate and trembling, reached for Louis. The touch should have ignited warmth, but instead, it sent icy tendrils creeping down my spine. I could sense the breath of the crowd, a collective inhale, as if the very air held its breath, waiting for the inevitable unraveling. I remember thinking, what kind of love is born of strategy and lineage, what kind of fate awaited them, two souls shackled together by the chains of history. And then it happened. The air shifted. The hushed whispers morphed into gasps as a figure burst through the grand doors, disheveled, wild-eyed, a spectre of dread. It was Francois, the king's childhood friend, now woven into the very fabric of scandal. He stumbled forward, his voice hoarse, cracking like the fragile promises being made on the altar. You must run. It's a trap. Panic surged through the hall, a tidal wave of chaos threatening to sweep us away. Louis's eyes widened, the weight of the crown suddenly unbearable. What do you mean? Francois. His voice cut through the cacophony, sharp and raw. But the friend's words tumbled forth like stones dislodged from a cliff, each one heavier than the last. They plan to seize you, to take her away. It's treachery. In that moment, fear collided with desperation. I watched as the Golden King turned to his bride, their gazes locking in a silent agreement, a shared understanding that transcended the ornate vow spoken moments before. It was a dance of shadows, the light flickering ominously around them as if the very universe conspired against their union. Maria's porcelain complexion flushed with urgency. Louis, we cannot stay. We must, the words stumbled from her lips, urgency mingling with terror, yet the court had already ignited into a frenzy. Guests surged, their opulent gowns billowing like storm clouds, their laughter turned to shrieks, a grotesque parody of joy unfolding like a nightmare. I could feel the panic in my own chest, in my own throat. I remember when I thought such things were mere tales, stories spun from the fabric of history. Yet here I was, living it, trapped in a moment that felt both too grand and painfully small. The chaos enveloped us, a whirlwind of silk and gold, a cacophony of betrayal and fear. I watched as Louis reached for Maria, their fingers intertwining, a lifeline amidst the chaos. "We need to go, now." His voice was a low growl, fierce and protective, and I felt my own heart racing in response. Francois shouted something about a hidden passage, about escape, but we were all too consumed by the maelstrom. With each passing second, it became increasingly clear that the walls that had once promised safety now loomed like prison bars. I felt the cracks in my own resolve deepen, as if the very ground beneath me threatened to give way. Every face in the crowd morphed into a mask of panic and greed, their intentions laid bare for the world to see, a wave of humanity cast adrift, and I was no more than a shadow caught in its wake. And then, as if summoned by the chaos itself, the guards appeared, armor glimmering like 1,000 tiny suns, each warrior a harbinger of doom. They moved with purpose, eyes scanning for the golden crown, for the prize that was Maria. Louis, with a strength I had not known he possessed, pulled Maria close. "Follow me," he commanded, and in that moment, he was no longer a king, but a man, a desperate man fighting for his future. We fled, a band of souls racing through twisting corridors, breathless and wild. The palace, once a symbol of opulence, morphed into a labyrinth of danger. Shadows danced maliciously on the walls, and with each turn, I could feel the lurking darkness, a predator stalking its prey. I remember thinking, how absurd, to be caught in history's maw, a play where the script had been rewritten in blood and betrayal. The world outside was a cacophony of screams and clanging metal, shadows stretching into the night, while the moon peered down, a silent witness to our plight. Time slipped through my fingers, elusive and cruel, each heartbeat like a countdown to the inevitable. As we burst through the grand doors into the night, the cool air hit our faces like a slap, invigorating yet terrifying, a stark reminder that freedom was as fleeting as the stars above. Here we stood, on the precipice of the unknown, two hearts beating wildly against the backdrop of destiny, and I felt the weight of the world crashing down upon us, all of us, haunted by the ghosts of our choices, intertwined in a web of fate. A clock ticks loudly in the heavy, candlelit silence of the royal chamber, each second a heartbeat, a reminder of time slipping through fingers that tremble with unspoken dread. Shadows dance on the walls, contorting like the thoughts swirling in Henry's mind. Tonight, he becomes a king not only in title but in act, yet the weight of the crown feels like a noose tightening around his throat. He stares at the door, his heart thundering as if trying to break free from its prison. This isn't just a wedding, it's a reckoning. Margaret stands a few paces away, luminous in her delicate gown, yet the radiance that should envelop her feels like a mirage. Beneath the silk and lace lies a tempest, a heart caught between duty and desire. She catches his gaze, and for a flicker of a moment, uncertainty dances in her cerulean eyes, a cloud passing over a bright sun. She is not merely a bride, she is an emblem of alliances, a pawn in a game that stretches beyond kingdoms and into the very fabric of their souls. Henry remembers the weight of his father's expectations, the stern voice echoing in his mind, "You must unite or be forever divided." But how does one unite when their own heart is a battleground? He feels the pressure of the crown on his head, the hope of England resting on his shoulders. As he approaches her, his steps feel like clumsy foreshadowing, each one echoing with the sound of impending disaster. "I remember," he whispers, "the first moment I saw you, standing in that sunlit garden, a breath of fresh air in a world choked by ambition." But whispers are hardly enough to bridge the chasm between them. The laughter of their wedding guests echoes faintly in the corridors, but here, in this chamber, it is as if the air itself has thickened, suffocating them both. Margaret shifts, her fingers brushing the fabric of her dress, a simple gesture, yet it sends a tremor through Henry's core. "I remember my mother's words," she replies, her voice soft but laden with steel, about the burden of a crown, the expectations that come with it. She smiles, but her eyes betray a storm brewing beneath the surface. This night, meant to symbolize union, feels more like a harbinger of sorrow. And then, suddenly, the room grows colder. A draft sweeps through, carrying with it the scent of smoke and something more sinister, betrayal, perhaps. Henry's throat tightens. He distances himself from the fear that clings to Margaret like a second skin. "What if I am not the man you think I am?" His voice breaks the silence like glass shattering against stone. "Are you not a king?" she challenges, stepping closer, a fire igniting in her spirit. "Or merely a boy in a man's garb?" The truth of her words cracks the fragile facade he has worn like armor. He is both, he realizes, a king who wears his heart on his sleeve, a boy seeking solace in a world that demands strength. The clock ticks on, each sound resonating in the hollow space between them. The walls seem to close in, pulsing with the tension that crackles like lightning in the air. Margaret's breath quickens. What if this night isn't what we expect, she asks, the question hanging ominously, an uninvited specter. I remember the stories about wedding nights, passion, joy, and all that earthy romance, he scoffs, a bitter smile gracing his lips. They bathed once a year, for God's sake. Love was less about roses and more about, well, the smell of unwashed bodies. He tries to lighten the mood, but the laughter dies in his throat, swallowed by the weight of the moment. Margaret's gaze hardens, her resolve shining through the veil of uncertainty. And what of us? What do we mean to each other? Her question cuts deeper than any sword, and Henry wrestles with the truth. He feels like a stranger in a marriage that should have been a fair tale. The longing for connection clashes with the fear of becoming merely a figure in a political tableau. As they engulf each other in a silence that feels like an eternity, the walls around them seem to breathe, alive with the specters of past kings and queens who once stood in similar chambers, bound by the same chains of expectation. Would they envy us or pity us, he muses, casting a glance at the flickering candles that seem to sway in agreement. I would rather be pitied in love than envied in loneliness, she replies, her voice steady, yet it quivers like the flame of the nearest candle, teetering on the edge of extinguishment. In that moment, vulnerability hangs between them, a fragile bridge waiting for the slightest tremor to shatter it. I fear, Henry's voice falters, the truth clawing its way up from the depths of his being. I fear I may be incapable of love. It's a whisper, but it reverberates through the chamber like the tolling of a death knell. Margaret steps closer, her eyes fierce with a fire that refuses to be extinguished. Then let us forge it together, she insists, her voice swelling with passion. Let us not be a divided kingdom. Let us be a union, flawed yet real. And as the shadows twist around them, caught in a dance of longing and despair, the clock ticks on, relentless, a reminder that they are bound by time and choice. The night stretches before them, an expanse of uncertainty that could either break or bind them. With every heartbeat, the weight of their potential looms larger. The tension thickens like smoke, seeping into their lungs, igniting the air between them. They stand on the precipice of something monumental, and yet the abyss of failure gapes just beneath their feet. I remember, Henry murmurs, his voice barely above a whisper, the taste of hope, even when it feels like betrayal is imminent. He reaches for her, trembling fingers brushing against her cheek. Will you not turn away, even when the shadows call? Margaret meets his gaze, the promise of a storm brewing in her eyes. We will face them together, she replies fiercely, the strength of her spirit igniting something deep within him. But as their hands intertwine, a clock chimes the hour, striking with an ominous finality. And outside in the darkened streets, chaos stirs, a reminder that kingdoms are built on more than love or alliance, they are forged in the fires of conflict, the echoes of history stretching outwards, whispering tales of treachery and valor. The night is still young, filled with promise and dread, and as they stand before the abyss, the world outside continues to spin, unaware of the tumult within, of the hearts bound together in a fragile union. What lies ahead is a mystery, a dance of shadows and light, but one truth remains, that love, in its imperfect form, is their only weapon against the encroaching darkness. And so, the clock ticks on, each second a reminder that their story has only just begun. The air crackled with tension, a heavy silence blanketing the grand hall of Whitehall, where the light was dim and shadows clung to stone like desperate secrets. A single candle flickered, its flame dancing defiantly against the gathering night, illuminating the pale faces of courtiers who held their breath in anticipation. The scent of roses mingled with something far less pleasant, a hint of sweat, perhaps fear, or even betrayal. It hung there, thick like fog, a reminder that love could be as treacherous as it was intoxicating. Elizabeth, Robert whispered, his voice a brush against the storm. He stood there, a figure carved from desperation and desire, his eyes wild like a tempest. He ran a hand through his tousled hair, the movement almost frantic, as if the act could somehow rewrite the narrative that had led them here. The golden thread of their shared history shimmered between them, a tapestry woven with laughter, loss, and longing, yet frayed at the edges, threatening to unravel. I remember, Elizabeth's voice cut through the tension, sharp as a knife, yet quavering under the weight of unspoken fears. I remember the whispers, Robert. How they spoke of us, of you and me. Her heart beat loudly, each thud echoing a memory buried deep, moments stolen in the shadows, stolen kisses that felt like both salvation and sin. It was always a dangerous game. Robert stepped closer, desperation mingling with an intoxicating fervor. A game worth playing, he insisted, voice low, almost pleading. His presence was magnetic, pulling her into a world where protocol could bend and break, where love might conquer all, even the specter of political intrigue. He reached for her, fingers trembling as they brushed her arm, igniting a fire beneath the layers of silk and lace. I will not let them tear us apart, Elizabeth. But outside, the world was a cacophony of unrest. The clock's relentless ticking filled the silence, a grim reminder of time slipping away like grains of sand. Each second felt like a heartbeat lost, a moment of reckoning creeping ever closer. Elizabeth felt the walls of her heart constrict, fear coiling tightly around her like a serpent. Duty and desire collided violently within her, and she trembled, caught between the two. She turned, her gaze sweeping the hall. The courtiers watched, eyes glimmering with intrigue, mouths pursed in whispered judgment. They would not have me, Robert, she said, the vulnerability in her voice stark against the grandeur of her surroundings. Not as I am. I am their queen, but I am also a woman. She clutched the fabric of her gown, the weight of it pressing down on her like the crown upon her head, beautiful, yes, but also heavy with expectation. Her words hung in the air, a fragile bridge spanning the chasm between their worlds. The laughter of children playing in the gardens outside echoed through the stone walls, a stark contrast to the tension within. Did they not realize that love was not a fairy tale, but a battlefield? Did they not see the ghosts of past lovers lurking in the shadows, waiting to spill their secrets? Then we must break free, Robert murmured fiercely, his eyes burning with conviction. Let them whisper. Let them plot. They don't understand what we share. They don't understand what it means to love, truly love, in a world that seeks to cage us. His voice cracked, the raw emotion spilling forth like a flood, drowning all reason. But Elizabeth felt the weight of the crown pressing into her brow, a constant reminder of the sacrifices she must make. I cannot, she breathed, the words barely escaping her lips. Not now. Not when the kingdom teeters on the brink of chaos. It was the truth, but it shivered with the fragility of hope. The world outside was in turmoil, factions rising like wildfires, threatening to consume everything she held dear. You deserve more than a queen torn between love and loyalty. The tension surged, a palpable current in the air between them. They were caught in a moment that felt simultaneously eternal and fleeting, both lovers and enemies of circumstance. The shadows shifted, whispering secrets of betrayal and broken promises. She could hear the distant clanging of swords, the cries of loyalty and rebellion swelling outside, but all she could feel was the warmth of Robert's presence, the echo of their shared laughter buried beneath layers of uncertainty. I won't lose you, he said, determination lacing his voice. I refuse to let this moment slip away into the abyss of the past. His fingers tightened around hers, a lifeline amidst the storm, but how could she grasp it without drowning in the weight of her responsibilities? The world beyond their love was chaotic, filled with the ghosts of decisions made long before they had met. And then, the door burst open, an echoing crash that shattered the fragile bubble encasing them. It was a herald, a news-bearer with fire in his eyes. Your Grace, he shouted, breathless, his words a blade piercing the heavy air. The Earl of Oxford has declared rebellion. They gather in the streets. We must act. Time stopped. Elizabeth's heart plummeted into the pit of her stomach, a lead weight dragging her down into despair. The choices she had made, the sacrifices she had endured, all crashing down like a house of cards. She looked at Robert, and in that moment, she saw the man she loved, fierce and passionate, but also the man who could bring ruin upon them both. I remember, the words fell from her lips, a mantra to steady the storm within. I remember how we once dreamed of a world where we could be together, free from the burdens of the throne. But that world was just a dream, a flickering candle in the relentless night. The clock ticked on, the shadows encroaching closer. Love, betrayal, duty, they swirled around them, a tempest of emotions that threatened to tear them apart. Elizabeth grasped Robert's hand tighter, a silent promise, a whisper of hope amidst the chaos. Then let us fight, she declared, her voice steadying, rising above the cacophony. Let us not be mere pawns in this game. The shadows trembled, and the walls of Whitehall echoed with the sounds of a kingdom on the brink. But in that moment, as their eyes locked, fiery determination met with heart-wrenching fear, Elizabeth knew the truth. Love was a battlefield, and she stood in the eye of the storm, torn between the man who ignited her soul and the crown that threatened to consume her whole. And as the world outside screamed for her attention, she felt the fragile strands of destiny weaving tighter, drawing them into an uncertain future, one where the echoes of their love would forever linger in the shadows. The moon hung heavy in the velvet sky, an unblinking sentinel casting ghostly shadows on the walls of the chamber. It was a wedding night, but the air pulsed with an unspeakable tension, as if the universe itself held its breath. I remember the silence, the thick, suffocating silence that swallowed every sound, every heartbeat. The scent of roses, so sweet it turned sickly, clung to the air. I remember the way Queen's hands trembled, fingers twisting her veil, as if the delicate lace could shield her from what lay ahead. She stood there, a fragile figure draped in opulence, yet her eyes reflected a tempest, swelling with fear and uncertainty. George of Denmark, her husband, leaned against the cold stone wall, a spectacle of awkwardness wrapped in fine garments. He wore a forced smile, yet it faltered under the weight of his own anticipation. I remember how his gaze drifted, searching for a flicker of connection, but finding only the ghostly echoes of her mind, haunted by whispers of duty and expectation. The clock ticked, a metronome of doom, each second a reminder of the union that felt more like a prison than a promise. The wedding feast had been a dizzying affair, laughter and music swirling like a storm. But now, alone in this room, the truth unveiled itself, two souls, bound by duty, teetering on the brink of an abyss. George cleared his throat, the sound cracking through the silence, but no words followed. I remember the way he shifted, the fabric of his coat crinkling, a hollow rustle in a space that had become void of sound. He wanted to speak, to bridge the chasm between them, but the words were lost, trapped in the labyrinth of his mind. And turned, her gaze piercing, yet distant, as if she could see the world beyond the window but feared what lay in its depths. "Do you think they will be happy?" she whispered, and the question hung in the air, an uninvited spectre. She was not just questioning their union, she was questioning her own heart, the very core of her being. I remember feeling my own breath catch, as if I was an intruder in their sacred space, yet somehow, I was part of their story, woven into the fabric of their lives. "I hope so," George replied, but his voice cracked, betraying his own doubts. The word hope felt like a fragile glass ornament, gleaming yet perilous, ready to shatter at the slightest touch. I could see it in his eyes, the raw, desperate need to please her, to be the king she needed, yet knowing the weight of the crown felt heavier than the world itself. They were caught in a dance, a waltz of fear and longing, and I knew, oh, how I knew, that neither knew the steps. Suddenly, a shiver crept through the room as the wind howled outside, rattling the shutters like a ghost in torment. The chilling breeze swirled around them, pulling at the edges of Anne's gown, as if the very essence of the night was trying to draw her away from this moment, this union. "What if," she began, her voice a threadbare whisper, "what if I am not what you expected?" The vulnerability in her words hung like a black cloud, heavy with the promise of rain. George took a step closer, his heart pounding loud enough to drown out the ticking clock. "I expected a partner, a companion in this life," he murmured, but even now, it felt like a fragile promise, hovering on the edge of sincerity. He reached for her hand, the warmth of his touch igniting a flurry of emotions. But and recoiled, a fawn caught in the hunter's gaze, fear gripping her heart like a vice. "What if I cannot give you what you desire?" she asked, voice trembling, a leaf caught in a storm. I remember, I whispered to the shadows, a memory echoing in my own heart, the feeling of wanting something so desperately you could taste it, yet being terrified of its very existence. The ghosts of their insecurities loomed larger than life, overshadowing the hope that flickered like a candle in the dark. There was desperation in the air, an unnameable tension, as they both stood on the precipice of their fears. Each heartbeat was a drum, each breath a battle cry. I remember the way the walls felt like they were closing in, the luxurious tapestries now silent witnesses to their unfolding drama. "Tell me what you feel," and George pressed, his voice low, tinged with urgency. He needed her to pierce the veil of silence, to shatter the walls they'd both built around their hearts, yet Anne's eyes flickered with uncertainty. "I feel alone," she confessed, the confession like a dagger, sharp and cutting. "I am surrounded by a sea of faces, yet none can see me." The vulnerability in her voice unraveled something deep within George, the silent screams of a man who had always felt like a shadow, a mere afterthought in a world of grandeur. I remember the way he stepped back, as if her words had struck him, unearthing a pain that resonated deep within. I remember, I said, feeling the pulse of their sorrow when the world feels too heavy and you just want to break free, to scream at the stars. Their emotions wound tighter, the air thick with the weight of unspoken truths. The moonlight flickered, casting an ethereal glow, as if the universe itself mourned for them. The clock chimed, a haunting melody that echoed through the chamber, and with each peal, the intensity grew. What if, George whispered, a tremor in his voice, we could find joy in this union? What if we could create something beautiful together? His words hung like a fragile thread, ready to snap under the weight of doubt. But silence echoed louder than any proclamation. I could feel the walls closing in further, the shadows of their fears creeping like vines, choking the light from the room. What if we fail, she finally said, her voice breaking, a soft lament that felt like a death knell. It was the unspoken fear that loomed over them, casting an ominous shadow on a night meant for celebration. In that moment, I saw them, two flawed, beautiful souls, caught in a web of expectations and dreams. I could feel their heartbreak, their longing, their fear as palpable and raw as the night itself. And yet, there was a flicker of hope, a whispered promise lingering in the space between them, yearning to break free. But perhaps hope is just another kind of fear, wearing a mask of desire, and the night stretched on, a tapestry of shadows and light, where the past and future collided in a swirl of uncertainty. I remember the way the darkness wrapped around them, a cloak of vulnerability, as they stood on the brink of something unknown, their hearts beating in a rhythm only they could hear. And as the night deepened, I knew this was just the beginning, a cacophony of emotions set to play out in the theater of their lives, a tragicomedy where joy and sorrow danced hand in hand. They would either forge a bond that defied the darkness, or remain lost in the shadows, forever haunted by the specters of their fears. And so the tale continued, an unending spiral of yearning and despair, each heartbeat marking a moment in time that could never be reclaimed. The clock struck 11, its chime resonating like a distant thunderclap, shattering the stillness that cloaked the opulent halls of the Winter Palace. The air was thick with the scent of candle wax and a tension so palpable that even the silk drapes seemed to recoil. I stood there, heart racing, watching as the world spiraled toward a moment that felt both magical and ominous. It was a night of vows and whispers, of promises and veiled threats, a night that promised unity while harboring betrayal beneath its shimmering facade. In the heart of this grand ballroom, I could see Tsar Nicholas II, his face a mask of resolute joy, yet his eyes betrayed shadows of doubt. He wore a uniform so resplendent it could blind the sun, gold threads glimmering like choking vines around a regal figure. I caught a glimpse of him as he moved through the crowd, his smile faltering only for a heartbeat when he locked eyes with a figure at the periphery. Alexandra. She glided toward him, her white gown flowing like a river of ice, her beauty ethereal yet tinged with an unsettling urgency that echoed in the corners of my mind. I remember the first time I saw her, Nicholas would later confess in a moment of vulnerability, lost in a sea of faces, she was the only beacon. But that night, the only beacon was a flickering candle, illuminating the cracks in their destiny. Alexandra's eyes, a haunting shade of green, bore the weight of something unspoken, a storm brewing just beneath the surface. She smiled, yet her lips trembled slightly, as if they knew secrets better left unshared. Was it fear? Despair? Or was it simply the weight of the crown, the chains of 1,000 expectations clinking in rhythm to her heartbeat? Why does she look at me like that? Nicholas murmured under his breath, a twinge of apprehension curling in his gut. He should have felt invincible. His marriage to Alexandra was supposed to cement his power, a union of two kingdoms that promised stability. And yet, the specter of conflict loomed like a guillotine, its blade glimmering with the promise of a blooded future. Because she knows, I thought, a chill running through me as the din of celebration surrounded us. The laughter, the clinking glasses, the cheers, they buzzed in a melody I couldn't quite dance to. It felt like a funeral dirge disguised as a wedding waltz. I slipped into the background, a ghost amongst the living, invisible yet hyper-aware, taking note of every nuance, every fleeting glance, every moment of strained laughter. Does anyone else see it? I wanted to scream, to shake the revelers from their stupor. But they twirled, oblivious, enveloped in their own joy, while I clung to the shadows, a witness to the slow unraveling of a dream woven from threads of gilded deception. As the night wore on, I found myself drawn to Alexandra. There was a magnetic pull, a vulnerability hidden beneath her regal exterior. She stood apart, a portrait of beauty and turmoil. I am a pawn, she had whispered to a friend, her voice like the rustle of fallen leaves. And yet, I have never desired to be anything more. But the truth was more complicated. Alexandra was not just a pawn, she was a queen waiting to be crowned in blood, a beautiful tempest poised on the edge of a precipice, ready to plunge into a chasm of uncertainty. And Nicholas? He felt trapped, a man drowning in expectations, yearning for freedom yet shackled by duty. I didn't choose this life, he would lament quietly, his fingers brushing against the heavy fabric of his uniform as if to remind himself of the weight he bore. But here I am, destined to be the Tsar. I must protect her, even if it means sacrificing my own heart. Their vows echoed through the hall, each with a shackle tightening around their wrists. For better or worse, he promised, his voice steady yet laced with an undercurrent of dread. But what if worse was already here, lurking behind every smile, every toast? I could see it then, the flickers of truth between them, the unspoken words woven into their gazes. Alexandra's heart raced, and I could feel the tremor in her hands as she reached out to him. "Will you stand by me?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper, trembling with a fear that was both raw and palpable. "I will," he replied, but the hesitation echoed in the silence that followed. "But can you stand by me?" In that moment, the world around us faded like a distant memory. The clinking of goblets, the laughter of nobles, it all melted away, replaced by the sound of their hearts, beating a frantic rhythm, a countdown to destruction. What did they know that we didn't? What ghosts haunted the edges of their vision, whispering prophecies of doom and despair? The shadows in the corners of the ballroom began to stretch, elongating ominously, as if eager to engulf the couple in darkness. And as the central chandelier trembled above them, a flicker of light caught Alexandra's eye, a fleeting glimpse of something just beyond the veil. Was it hope? Or the specter of betrayal lurking in the shadows? "Do you feel it?" she asked, her voice heavy with foreboding. "The air, it's thick with tension. Like a storm is coming." "Yes," he replied, a lump forming in his throat. "But we must forget. At least for tonight." And so they danced, oblivious to the fractures in their world, torn between the intoxicating thrill of love and the creeping dread of fate. But fate, like the incessant ticking of a clock, would not be denied. I felt it, too, the weight of the night, the gathering storm. Tonight, I thought, will be a spell cast in shadows, a dance on the precipice. As the last note of the waltz faded, I caught a glimpse of a figure standing at the edge of the light, watchful, waiting. It didn't belong there, an intruder in a world of celebration. I shivered, the air crackling with electricity, a warning that echoed in my bones. With every passing heartbeat, the night pressed on, a living thing, pulsating with raw emotion and unyielding tension. The wedding was but a mask, and beneath it lay a night of betrayal that would carve its name into the annals of history. I stood there, a restless observer, feeling the weight of the moment. Time danced on, unraveling, twisting, as I waited for the inevitable clash, for the truth to emerge from the shadows. The flickering of a single candle casts warped shadows across the chamber, undulating like a breath caught between heartbeats. The air is thick, suffocating, heavy with an unspoken tension that clings to the walls, whispering secrets of betrayal and longing. Tonight is not merely a wedding, it is a crucible, a boiling pot where innocence and ambition collide. The whispers of the court echo in the distance, a haunting lullaby of judgment and expectation. I stand there, in the corner, an invisible spectre, invisible to all but the truth that binds them. John, King of England, his crown too heavy for a brow that drips with sweat, paces like a caged animal. He is a man torn between duty and desire, the weight of his lineage pulling him into shadows where no light can penetrate. His eyes dart toward Isabella, the child bride, the unwitting pawn in a game played by men who think nothing of flesh and soul. She is delicate, an unopened flower, a mere 13 years old, yet tonight she bears the weight of kingdoms on her slender shoulders. And still, there is a fire in her, I can see it burning beneath her porcelain skin. Isabella, the daughter of Angoulême, is a tempest in the making, a storm contained within a fragile form. But the fear is palpable. It wraps around her like a shroud, and even as she stands, regal in her embroidered gown, I can feel the tremors of uncertainty coursing through her. I remember my own first night, my own fears, the weight of expectation pressing down like the dark of a moonless sky. The door creaks open, and John turns, his face a mask of frustration and longing. He wants to reach for her, to bridge the chasm of their disparate worlds, yet the distance is insurmountable. He is the king, yes, but at this moment, he is also a boy, grappling with the twisted cords of love, lust, and loyalty. His hands tremble. Isabella, he breathes, each syllable laden with an urgency that is almost tragic. But the moment is suffocated by uncertainty, a bitter chill sweeping through the room. She flinches at his touch, a spark of panic igniting in her eyes. He sees it, feels the rejection like a dagger to his heart. "You are mine now," he murmurs, but the words fall flat, echoing against the stone walls like an ill-placed jest. "I remember the first time I was called yours." The taste of that word, so sweet yet so sour, like a ripe fruit that decays from within. It is a promise, yes, but also a curse, chaining them together in a union of political necessity rather than romantic bliss. Isabella's thoughts swirl like dark clouds above her head, a tempest of dread and confusion. What is expected of her? To bend? To break? This night, designed to honor a sacred bond, feels more like a gallows, each tick of the clock a reminder that time does not stop for fear or doubt. Her heart races, matching the beat of the rising storm within her. "Your Majesty," she whispers, the words a soft petition but laden with desperation. "Do you not see? I am but a child." The way she looks at him, wide-eyed yet fierce, is a striking contradiction, vulnerability and strength intertwined. John falters, and for a moment, the crown weighs less on his head, the deafening clamor of the court muted. "You will learn," he says, but the words feel like an empty promise, hollow and echoing. And then, the shadows shift, the candle flickers again, illuminating the stark reality of their situation. Outside, the night is alive with the sounds of revelry, the court celebrates, unaware of the despair blooming within these walls. I can almost taste the irony, thick on my tongue. They bathed once a year, after all, so romance was earthy at best. Isabella's gaze meets John's, and in that moment, something unravels. The air thickens with unspoken desires and the ghosts of what might have been. She takes a step closer, her breath mingling with his, and I feel the very essence of the room change. She is not just a princess, she is a girl, a warrior willing to fight against the tide, yet terrified of the depths that lay ahead. "I will not be a ghost in this life, John," she says, and each word is a knife, cutting through the lingering fears that threaten to drown them both. "Do not expect me to bow without a cry." A heart-wrenching silence hangs between them, thick enough to choke on, both of them laden with the weight of what they must become. John's heart pounds, I can feel it reverberate through the air. He wants to be the king, to command respect, yet here stands a girl who shatters his expectations. His hands reach for her again, trembling but resolute, ready to forge a path through the darkness. "Together, we can." "No," she interrupts, her voice rising, fierce and unyielding. "I am not a pawn to be moved at your whim." It was a declaration, a challenge, and in it, I hear the sound of chains rattling, the tremors of revolution whispering through the darkness. The candle flickers again, and I wonder if the shadows know what is to come. I remember the sweet scent of jasmine, the taste of rebellion on my tongue. The room pulses with tension, and as John's brow furrows, something shifts. A storm brews, not just outside but within them. Fear, anger, hope, desire, all tangled together, a tapestry of emotions that will either bind them or tear them apart. In the distance, the clock ticks louder, a metronome keeping time with their racing hearts. The night is still young, but the air is electric, brimming with the potential for tragedy or triumph. The candle flickers one last time, its light dancing defiantly against the encroaching dark. In that moment, I know this is only the beginning. The shadows will not rest, and neither will they. As the clock strikes the hour, the world outside remains unaware of the tempest brewing within these walls, a scandalous affair that will brand both their souls forever. The air crackled with tension as I stood in the shadow of the grand cathedral, its spires clawing at the grey sky like desperate fingers. Rain dripped from the stone gargoyles overhead, each drop a whispered promise of doom. I could hear the distant echo of bells tolling, each chime a herald of a union that felt more like a funeral march than a celebration. This was not a wedding, it was a reckoning. James II, with his brow furrowed and his heart heavy, stood at the altar, the weight of a kingdom resting on his shoulders. He was a man caught between a world of expectation and the haunting spectre of his own desires. I could see it in his eyes, an ocean of turmoil, waves crashing against the shores of duty. The whispers of the court lingered around him, serrated words that gnawed at his resolve. Was he marrying for love, or merely to quell the tempests brewing within his own soul? And there she was, Mary of Modena, gliding down the aisle like a ghost, pale, ethereal, uncertain. Each step echoed like a heartbeat, resonating with the bittersweet tang of destiny. Her gown flowed around her, a silken shroud that veiled her anxiety. Did she know the true cost of this union? Did she feel the weight of the crown pressing against her temple, suffocating, relentless? The scent of damp earth and burning candles intertwined in the air, clinging like the secrets they both bore. James's heart raced. I could almost hear the thrum of it, a wild horse tethered to a post, longing to gallop away from the confines of expectation. He dared not meet her gaze, fearing the vulnerability that might strip him of the last vestiges of his control. I remember, he whispered, his voice barely audible over the rustling of silk and the murmurs of the crowd. I remember when I thought love would be enough. But love was never enough in a world ruled by politics and bloodlines. The weight of his ancestors pressed down on him, their expectations like chains that rattled in the dark corners of his mind. He could almost hear their laughter, mocking his every hesitation. How could he bind himself to a woman whose very presence was a reminder of the tenuous balance of power? Mary's heart thudded painfully in her chest. She wore a mask of composure, but I could see the cracks, tiny fractures deepening with every step. She had traded her sunlit Italian piazzas for this damp, somber cathedral. I remember the sun, she thought, the warmth dissipating like morning fog. I remember the laughter of my family. Each memory pulled at her like a lead weight, dragging her down into the depths of uncertainty. As she reached the altar, the world around her faded into a haze. The crowd was a blur of shadows and whispers, their eyes piercing through her like daggers, judging, scrutinizing. She felt like a sacrificial lamb, presented upon the altar of ambition. What is love, if not a gilded cage, she mused, her heart caught in a tempest of fear and hope. And then, the priest's voice broke through the chaos, solemn and unyielding. Do you take this woman? Each word was a hammer striking the anvil of fate, shaping their future into something unrecognizable. James's throat tightened. He could taste the bitterness of obligation on his tongue. I do, he managed, the words feeling foreign, as if they belonged to someone else. But Mary hesitated. The weight of the moment pressed against her chest, a vice she could no longer endure. I do. The question hung in the air, a fragile butterfly caught in the storm. The crowd gasped, shocked at her falter, the sound swirling around her like a tempest. And for a fleeting moment, time suspended. I could feel the pulse of the universe, the ticking of a clock that echoed the heartbeats of those gathered. Would it be a moment of triumph or tragedy? Each breath was laden with unspoken words, promises laced with the poison of uncertainty. Mary took a deep breath, searching the depths of James's eyes for an answer. They were dark, stormy seas, full of uncharted depths. Would he be her anchor or her shipwreck? The silence stretched, thick and tangible, and I felt the weight of 1,000 unfulfilled dreams pressing upon my chest. Do you take this man? The priest urged again, his voice slicing through the stillness. I do, she finally breathed, the words like a confession, a prayer, a resignation. But what lay beneath that acceptance? I could sense it. A flicker of rebellion, a longing for freedom masked by the shackles of tradition. As the ring slipped onto her finger, cold, unyielding, I felt the earth tremble beneath them, a harbinger of the storms to come. They stood bound, two souls tethered by fate, yet suffocated by the weight of expectation. The bells continued to toll, a haunting reminder of the life that had been left behind, the lives that would be altered by this marriage. Shadows whispered of betrayal and longing, ghosts of the past hovered, watching with hollow eyes. James caught Mary's gaze, and for a heartbeat, they were alone in the chaos, a flicker of understanding igniting between them. But the moment was fleeting and harsh, the world rushed back in with its demands and expectations. Is it too late to run? James wondered, a fleeting thought laced with humor, dark and twisted like the very fibers of their reality. I wish it were, Mary replied, a wry smile ghosting her lips, a stark contrast to the despair swirling around them. As they exchanged vows, I felt the universe shift, the cosmos holding its breath. This marriage was a collision of dreams and nightmares, a fragile thread knitting them together while threatening to unravel with every heartbeat. In that cathedral, surrounded by whispers of hope and echoes of despair, they sealed their fates. And as the last chord of the wedding hymn faded into silence, I knew there would be no turning back. The dread of nuptials was upon them, a relentless tide that would pull them under, leaving only echoes of who they might have been. And as their lips met in a hesitant kiss, I could almost hear the universe sigh, a bittersweet symphony of love and duty, heartache and longing, forever entwined in the fabric of history. The air hung heavy, thick as the velvet drapes that lined the chapel's walls, a stifling reminder of the joy that was supposed to fill this space but had turned sour. I could hear the thrumming of my own heart, each beat a desperate cry amid the silence, punctuated only by the erratic flutter of a candle flame, its flickering dance casting shadows that seemed to mock the solemnity of the moment. I remember the cold sweat trickling down my spine, the taste of dread clinging to my tongue like ash. Isabella of Portugal stood at the altar, her eyes wide and glassy, reflecting the light of the flickering candles like trapped stars, while the weight of a kingdom pressed down upon her shoulders. I remember her trembling hands, adorned with rings that felt more like chains. She was a creature caught between duty and desire, a pawn in a game where love was an afterthought, a whisper drowned beneath the roar of responsibility. It was as if the universe conspired to snuff out her light, this radiant girl draped in silks, her smile a fragile mask hiding the tempest within. And then there was Charles, her betrothed, a man of unyielding ambition and towering expectations. I remember the way he stood, regal yet restless, the weight of his crown tugging at the corners of his mouth, twisting his perfectly formed lips into a grimace. He was the sun, and she the moon, forever circling but never touching. His eyes, dark pools of ambition, betrayed him, glimmers of doubt lurking beneath the surface. He wanted to conquer not just kingdoms but hearts, yet here he was, shackled to a destiny he barely accepted, let alone understood. As they exchanged vows, I felt the air grow dense, a palpable tension tightening around us, a shroud of uncertainty that clung to our skin. Words danced on the tip of their tongues, but what did they mean? For better or worse, they promised, but behind that hollow pledge lay a chasm of doubt. I remember the laughter of the guests, hollow and echoing, and I wondered if they too could sense the fragile thread that held this union together. Was it love or mere obligation? Outside, thunder rumbled like the growl of a distant beast, an omen swirling in the heavens. I could see the dark clouds looming above the city, shadows stretching like fingers reaching for the couple at the altar. Did they feel the storm? Did they sense the specter of fate lurking just beyond the edge of their reality? The clinking of goblets and the frenzied laughter of courtiers could not drown out the distant pounding of thunder, each strike a cruel reminder of the tempest that awaited them. I remember the moment Charles turned to Isabella, and for a heartbeat, the world shrank to just the two of them, suspended in time, suspended in space. His voice was low, a whisper meant only for her. You are a means to an end, but how can I ignore the fire that dances in your eyes? There it was, the flicker of something deeper. Was it regret? Longing? Perhaps the realization that even in a world governed by politics and power, the human heart could still ache for connection. But Isabella's face fell, the brightness dimming like a candle flickering against a draught. And I am but a vessel, a prize to be won, she replied, her voice trembling with the weight of truth. The air crackled with unsaid words, each syllable heavy with despair as their hearts clashed in silent fury. She was not just a pawn, she was a woman with dreams, a yearning that stretched beyond the gilded cage of her obligations. The guests couldn't see the tempest brewing between them, but I could. I remember the way the shadows gathered, clouds rolling in as the storm outside mirrored the chaos within their hearts. A gust rattled the glass windows and the candles flickered ominously. It was as if the universe held its breath, waiting for a moment of clarity, a revelation that would shatter this illusion of happiness. And then, the moment arrived, a clash not of swords but of souls. What will we become? Charles asked, his voice barely above a whisper, laced with desperation. Isabella's eyes darkened with a sorrow that felt ancient, as if the very fabric of time had woven her fate into this moment. What we are destined to be, she replied, and her voice cracked, shattering the air like glass. I remember the silence that followed, a suffocating blanket that wrapped around us all. The laughter ceased, conversations halted, and I could almost hear the clock ticking, each second dragging on like a lead weight. Romance was earthy, sure, but this was a different kind of earth, a grave, perhaps, for the hopes they once held. The thunder roared louder, and lightning split the sky, illuminating the figures in the dim chapel. For a heartbeat, I could see the fear etched on their faces, a fleeting glimpse of the truth they dared not acknowledge. They were two souls colliding, and in that collision, the very essence of their beings threatened to unravel. I remember the moment when their hands met, fingers intertwining, but it felt like steel against flesh rather than warmth. This was not the union of love, it was a contract, a merging of destinies fraught with uncertainty. He leaned in closer, and I could see the conflict in his eyes, they were stormy seas, tossing between duty and desire. Isabella, what if we The words hung, suspended like the storm above, and I wondered, did he dare to dream of something more? But the moment passed, and the weight of reality crashed back down. She drew away, her expression resolute as the shadows clung to her like a second skin. "What if we don't?" she replied, and the finality of her words echoed in the silence, a haunting refrain that lingered in the air. And the chapel fell into a silence so profound, it felt as though the very stones wept for the lost dreams of their union. The flickering candles cast long shadows, and I could almost hear the ghosts of their hopes whispering, swirling around them like dust, fleeting, ephemeral, forever lost in time. As the storm raged outside, I knew this was not the end but the beginning of something darker, a spiral into uncertainty where dreams would either shatter or evolve into something unrecognizable. The wedding of misery had just begun. The clock struck 11, and shadows danced in the flickering candlelight of the chamber, walls adorned with tapestries that whispered secrets of long-gone lovers, their sighs woven into the very fabric of the night. Queen Christina of Sweden stood before the mirror, her heart a wild beast in a gilded cage. Her chestnut hair, glimmering like polished mahogany, cascaded down her back, an artful chaos, much like her thoughts. I remember the silence, thick enough to choke on. There was a stillness in the air, heavy with unspoken fears and the weight of expectations that would crush lesser souls. Tonight, I told myself, is not just a wedding night. It is the moment I step into the role I was born to play. Yet, beneath the silk and lace, dread clung to her like a second skin. Beyond the opulent doors lay the man she had never wanted, a stranger bound to her by politics, by duty, but not by love. Then there was Magnus, the Duke, poised on the edge of a precipice as he paced in the adjoining chamber. His fingers brushed the hilt of the sword at his side, a futile attempt to quell the storm brewing within him. "A queen," he muttered under his breath, the words tasting of both reverence and resentment. What could she possibly see in me? His insecurities gnawed at him, pulling him deeper into a void that echoed with 1,000 doubts. I remember the weight of the crown, and how it pinched my skull, not unlike the way his heart squeezed in that moment. He was a soldier, bred for battle, but in the face of the unknown, he felt like a mere boy. He contemplated the portraits of her ancestors that adorned the walls, mighty rulers, fierce and unyielding. What legacy would he leave? Would she despise him? Would she ever forgive him for the life they were to lead, intertwined yet so achingly separate? The door creaked open, and the scent of lavender wafted in, mingling with the musk of anxiety. Christina entered, her presence a wildfire that ignited the air. The moment their eyes met, an electric current crackled between them, a silent scream echoing through the room. "Magnus," she breathed, a name heavy with meaning, loaded with possibilities. "You look," her voice faltered, teetering between admiration and something darker. "A fool," he offered, a bitter smile flashing across his face. "Yes, that I am." "A fool in love," she countered, her tone both challenging and playful, yet her heart trembled at the thought. Love felt like a distant star, beautiful, but utterly unreachable. The clock ticked, each second a taunt, a reminder of the uncharted territory they were about to traverse. I remember the way time slowed, how it felt like a cruel joke, and how their breaths danced to the rhythm of uncertainty. The room pulsed with unspoken words, with unfulfilled desires, all the things they could never say, not tonight. "Magnus," Christina began, but the words hung in the air like a fragile glass ornament, ready to shatter. What if we ran?" he interjected, the wildness in his voice almost a plea, a spark of rebellion against the tide of expectations that threatened to consume them. "What if we left this life behind? The duties, the crowns, this masquerade." For a heartbeat, her heart soared. A world beyond the walls of the castle, filled with freedom, laughter, and love that felt like sunshine instead of duty, a dream so intoxicating it left her breathless. But reality crashed down, a tidal wave, dragging her back to the shores of obligation. "My soul is not my own tonight, Magnus. It belongs to the kingdom, to my people." The weight of her role pressed down on her, suffocating her spirit. "And what of us?" he whispered, stepping closer, the air between them thick with longing. "Our happiness? Does it matter to you?" The question hung there, a pendulum swinging between them. Christina's heart thundered, a war of loyalty and desire raging within. She wanted to scream, to confess the dreams that danced like flames in her chest. I want so much more than this," she admitted, her voice trembling like a leaf in the wind. Magnus reached for her hand, his touch igniting a spark that crackled with unexpressed emotions. "Then let us create our own story. Together." But the winds of fate howled, and the moment shattered. Outside, the city lay cloaked in darkness, a tapestry of ghosts and echoes. Laughter rang out, the celebrations of their union echoing into the night. She was the queen crowned with regal splendor, yet here she was, a girl caught in a storm of her own making. I remember, the words slipped from her lips unbidden, desperate for solace in the chaos of the moment. I remember the dreams I had as a child, of knights in shining armor and love untainted by politics. But this, her voice caught, and she swallowed hard. This is no fairy tale. Magnus's eyes softened, filled with an understanding deeper than words could convey. No, it is far messier than that. But maybe, just maybe, we can forge our own path. For a fleeting moment, hope flickered between them, a candle against the encroaching darkness. Yet with each passing second, the weight of expectation loomed larger, the reality of their circumstances tightening around them like a noose. Outside, the night pressed on, indifferent to the turmoil of two hearts intertwined by destiny yet divided by duty. The laughter of the court echoed through the halls, a ghostly reminder of the expectations that awaited them. And so, as the clock continued its relentless march, Christina and Magnus stood at the precipice of the unknown, caught in a web of dreams and despair, love and obligation. The chamber pulsed with unfulfilled promises, each heartbeat a reminder of the disaster that lay ahead, a royal disaster waiting to unfold, an epic tale yet unwritten. Time stretched and bent, like a twisted dream, and I could almost hear the whispers of history urging them forward. Together, they would face the storm, but the price of their royal disaster was yet to be revealed. The clock struck midnight, an eerie chime hanging in the air like a phantom breath. The ballroom of the Château de Versailles gleamed, a riot of silks and glimmering chandeliers reflecting a false promise of joy, but deep within the opulence, shadows danced with an unsettling glee. I remember the guests, faces illuminated by flickering candlelight, laughter spilling like cheap wine, but beneath the surface, a tempest brewed. Louis XVIII stood at the altar, his heart a heavy stone, each beat echoing a cacophony of doubt. The crown on his head felt like a shackle, a chain binding him to a fate he did not choose. His eyes roamed the vast hall, seeking solace in the faces of those who surrounded him, but finding only ghosts of hope and whispers of betrayal. Would this marriage heal the rift that echoed through France, or would it plunge them deeper into despair? Marie Josephine entered, a vision draped in lace, her beauty a cruel reminder of a brighter time. Yet, even as she glided forward, a sense of dread twisted in my stomach. I could see it, the flicker of uncertainty in her eyes, the way her fingers trembled against the delicate fabric of her gown. She had been thrust into this political game, a pawn with no idea of the stakes. The weight of expectation pressed down on her as if the very air conspired against her joy. "Marie," he whispered, his voice barely reaching the edge of the altar. It was an invocation, a prayer, a desperate plea for her to see him as more than a king, just Louis, a man wrapped in the heavy cloak of duty. But as she approached, that longing shifted, the space between them charged with an electric tension. Beneath the facade of ceremony, their hearts were caught in a tempest, each secret and unsaid word weaving a tapestry of fear. I remember the taste of anticipation, bitter and sweet, like the remnants of a long-forgotten dream. The crowd held its breath, a collective gasp caught in throats, as the priest began the ritual, words flowing like an ancient river, carrying the weight of history. "Do you take this woman?" The syllables hung in the air, heavy with implications, each one a dagger poised to strike. Louis's mind raced. He recalled the letters exchanged in secrecy, the hopes dashed against the rocks of reality. Marie was not just a bride, she was a bridge, a fragile connection between warring factions, a chance for peace amid the chaos. But what of love? Did it not matter in this cruel game? He felt a swell of despair, the truth crashing down around him like an avalanche. But Marie, oh Marie, the corners of her lips quivered in a forced smile, masking a storm within. She looked at him, her eyes searching for a flicker of warmth, a sign of companionship in a world filled with political machinations. Yet all she found was the specter of an uncertain future lurking just beyond the silk curtains of her dreams. I could almost hear her heart shatter as she pondered the weight of the vows she was about to take. "Do you take this man?" The priest's voice rang louder now, a relentless tide that rose higher and higher. She hesitated for a split second, and the world held its breath. What if she chose differently? What if she turned and fled, leaving behind the gilded cage of royalty for the wild embrace of freedom? The thought was intoxicating, a heady mix of hope and terror swirling around them. But duty won out, and she murmured, "I do." The words fell like stones into an abyss, echoing endlessly, sealing her fate. With that one utterance, the shadows in the room seemed to thicken, a palpable weight pressing down, choking the laughter from the air. Louis's heart sank, the realization washing over him like a dark tide, pulling him into the depths. As they exchanged rings, each circle a reminder of the chains binding them, a flicker of doubt crossed Marie's face, an uninvited specter that haunted her smile. What lay behind the facade? A shared throne built on silence, a kingdom founded on shattered dreams. Their eyes met, and in that fleeting moment, worlds collided. Her fear met his resignation, a brutal dance of emotions spiraling into chaos. The guests erupted in applause, a hollow sound echoing through the opulent hall, but I could feel the desolation beneath their cheers. Each clap felt like a mockery, a reminder of the sacrifices made, the lives tangled in a web of obligation. The palace thrummed with a sinister energy, every heartbeat a countdown to an inevitable storm. As the couple turned to face the crowd, shadows flickered along the walls, whispering secrets that only the night could understand. The chandeliers dimmed slightly, their light faltering as if the very universe sensed the rift between them. Here, in this palace of dreams turned nightmares, the threads of fate wove tighter, ensnaring them both. In that moment, I felt the cosmos shift, an invisible hand guiding the dance of despair. The wedding of Louis and Marie was not a celebration, it was a funeral for their hopes, a dirge for the love that never had a chance to bloom. And so, as they stood together, two figures bound by duty and expectation, the night stretched on like a darkened canvas, shadows swirling with unspoken words and unfulfilled promises. The air thickened with tension, and in that charged silence, I sensed the beginning of a tragedy unfolding, a story laced with heartbreak and yearning, an ill-fated marriage that would echo through the ages. In that ballroom of glitter and dread, they were not just king and queen, they were two souls adrift in a tempest of emotions, lost in a world that demanded sacrifice. The clamor of celebration faded into the background, overtaken by the relentless thrum of destiny, pulling them deeper into the abyss of their intertwining fates, where love and duty were forever at odds. A haunting reminder that not all unions are blessed, and not all dreams come true. The church stood, a spectral silhouette against the bruised sky, its spires clawing at the darkness, and as the clock struck the hour, a cruel wind howled through the ancient stones, mourning what was to come. Inside, the air was thick with incense, masking the suffocating scent of dread that clung to the walls. I could feel it, that electric pulse of anxiety, a tangible thing, as if the very foundations of the earth were whispering secrets that only I could hear. I had come to witness a wedding, but all I could sense was the approaching storm. I remember the moment her eyes flickered with uncertainty, Isabella, the bride, a mere shadow in that heavy gown, as if the fabric itself conspired against her. A crown of wildflowers adorned her head, yet they looked brittle, a cruel joke against the weight of her fate. She clutched the delicate fabric of her dress, fingers trembling, was it excitement or fear? I could hardly breathe, caught in the throes of her turmoil. The echoes of laughter around her felt like mockery, a cacophony of false cheer that grated against the rawness of my heart. And then, there was him, King John. A man whose crown was burdened not by gold but by betrayal and suspicion, a heavy weight upon his brow. He stood at the altar, a figure of regal despair, searching for something in the crowd, perhaps forgiveness, perhaps a way out. His eyes, dark pools of anguish, darted like caged birds, trapped in the gilded cage of duty and expectation. I could almost hear the gears of his mind grinding, wrestling with the ghosts of past decisions that had led him here. A wedding meant to signify unity felt instead like a desperate plea, a surrender to the inevitable. "Do you take this woman?" The priest's voice rang out, an incantation that cut through the air, and I felt the earth shift beneath my feet. The question hung there, pregnant with tension, like a loaded crossbow aimed at his heart. I remember the silence that followed, thick, suffocating, almost alive. John's lips parted, but the words faltered, drifting away like a wisp of smoke. I wanted to scream, to pull him back from the edge of that precipice, to remind him of the weight of the vows he was about to exchange, but all I could do was watch. Isabella found her voice then, trembling yet fierce, "I do." The words spilled from her like blood from a wound, binding her not in love but in a pact of survival. In that moment, I saw the flicker of a spirit unbroken, defiant against the night that threatened to swallow her whole. She dared to hope, even as shadows danced in the corners of the room, whispering old secrets of betrayal and despair. A gust of wind rattled the stained glass, casting eerie patterns across the stone floor, a silent warning that something sinister lurked just beyond the veil of their vows. I could feel it, a shift in the atmosphere. The laughter stilled, faces turned towards the entrance as the door creaked open and darkness spilled in. A cloaked figure loomed, a silhouette framed by the flickering candlelight, and the air turned electric. Do you think, I thought, that ghosts can smell fear? Because if they could, the church would have been a banquet for the souls that once walked these stones, feasting on the dread rising from the crowd. The figure stepped closer, revealing hollow eyes that seemed to swallow the light. It was Eleanor, the king's mother, a vengeful spirit clad in mourning black, a living reminder of the past's grip over the present. She had come to bless or curse the union with a gaze that could pierce through the bravado of kings. In that moment, everything shifted. John's shoulders slumped as if the weight of the world pressed down upon him, and I could see the flicker of remorse dance across his features, a man forever haunted by choices made in the shadows. Who are you to bind this child? Eleanor hissed, her voice a serpent's whisper, curling through the air. You think you can escape the sins of your father? And in that instant, the laughter returned, brittle and sharp. The guests exchanged nervous glances, the fragile veil of merriment shattering like glass. Isabella's face paled as if she were caught in a storm, windswept and lost, her dreams collapsing around her. I felt her heart fracture, a mirror shattered with each word, each accusation. Why now, she seemed to ask with her eyes, searching for an ally in the sea of judgment. Why on this cursed night? But John stood paralyzed, a marionette with severed strings, caught between the past and the future. I could see the ghosts of his decisions dancing behind his eyes, each one a dagger twisting deeper into his soul. The laughter faded, replaced by a heavy silence, the kind that wraps around you like a shroud, suffocating in its intensity. Do you not see? Eleanor pressed, her voice rising like a storm. You invite ruin into your home. You bind yourself to a curse. The words echoed, and I felt the walls tremble, the shadows creeping closer, as if the very stones were alive, whispering the secrets of those who had come before. I remember the weight of despair that settled over the congregation. Faces, once bright with mirth, morphed into masks of dread, eyes darting about as if seeking an escape. Is this how it ends? I thought, as the tension coiled tighter, a serpent about to strike. Is this the legacy of a king? The clock ticked forward, each second a heartbeat drumming in my ears, and I could not look away. The night stretched, a taut string ready to snap, and I felt my own breath hitch in my throat. Isabella's grip on her dress tightened, her knuckles wide against the rich fabric, and I could see the glimmer of tears in her eyes, each droplet a world of sorrow. It was all too much, this haunting tableau of love and loss, of duty and defiance. And as the shadows whispered their warnings, I realized that the night was not only cursed, it was alive, a beast lurking in the dark, waiting for the moment to strike. This wedding was not the beginning of a new chapter, but an echo of the past, a looping nightmare that threatened to consume them all. In that haunted silence, I felt it, the wind howling outside, the shadows growing thicker, and the clock ticking ever onward, inexorably drawing closer to a fateful conclusion. What would happen next? I could not bear to think of it. I only knew that the spectre of despair loomed large, and with each passing moment, I was drawn deeper into the heart of this cursed night. The clock struck midnight, its chime resonating through the cold, stone corridors of the castle like the tolling of a distant death knell. Shadows danced upon the walls, flickering in sync with the faint light of a single candle, its flame wavering as if whispering secrets of longing and regret. I stood at the window, peering out into the darkness, where the moon hung heavy and full, a silent witness to the turmoil brewing within. Outside, a nightingale sang, its haunting melody slicing through the stillness, artistry born from sorrow, just like love itself. I remember the day I first laid eyes on him, Prince George, the man destined to be my husband. His laughter echoed through the grand hall, a vibrant note against the hushed whispers of the court. A laugh that could wrap around you like a warm blanket, but I soon learned it was a mere facade, a mask hiding the tempest within. A brooding soul tethered to duty, worn thin by the weight of expectation and the crushing reality of our world. I had dreams of love, but they were eclipsed by the shadows lurking just beyond our reach. And, he had said, his voice a low rumble, like thunder simmering just below the surface. This union, do you not feel the chains binding us? There was a vulnerability in his eyes, a flicker of the man he wished to be before the crown cast its long shadow upon his dreams. I felt his pain resonating with my own, filling the vast chasm of our hearts. Yet, how could we speak of chains when our very existence was woven from silk threads of royal obligation? I remember how I sought solace in the gardens, the vibrant colors a stark contrast to the grayness settling within my spirit. The flowers were fine, but they were mere decorations on a tapestry of despair. I would often dream of a life unbound, with the sun kissing my skin and laughter echoing through the air like music. Yet, reality crept in like a thief in the night, stealing those dreams away. When I looked in the mirror, I saw not the queen I wanted to be, but a reluctant bride drowning in a sea of expectation. The night of our wedding was a masquerade of both beauty and terror. Every face was masked, every smile tainted by secrets. I stood at the altar, a vision in white, yet my heart raced with dread rather than joy. Each step toward him felt heavy, as though the weight of 1,000 unspoken words lay upon my shoulders. I could hear my heart pounding, a frantic drum echoing through the silence, drowning out the whispers of those who gathered to witness this union. "Do you take this man?" The voice of the priest sliced through the tension, each word dripping with gravity. Did I have a choice? What power did I hold against the tides of history, against the tyranny of fate? I had always envisioned the moment as a fairy tale, but instead, it felt like a sentence. The eyes of the court bore down upon us, longing for a story to unfold within their own lives. I glanced at George, catching the torment brewing beneath his composed exterior, his jaw clenched as he fought against the winds of destiny. I felt a strange kinship, a bond forged in the furnace of shared despair. I whispered, though the words tasted bitter on my tongue. I vowed to a future I never chose, and the very air around us thickened, laden with unfulfilled dreams and unspoken fears, a ghostly reminder of the love we could never fully grasp. And then came the night before our honeymoon, a cruel twist of fate. The air crackled with tension as we found ourselves alone, the shadows wrapping around us like a shroud. "What do you fear, my queen?" George asked, his voice low, a rock against the torrent of our chaos. I wanted to scream. The walls closed in, and despair tangled with desire. I choked on the confession. I fear losing the pieces of myself, the woman I once was. The truth hung between us, a fragile thread. He reached for me, his fingers brushing against my skin, a tender gesture that sent sparks of hope glimmering amid the shadows. "You are not lost, Anne. Not yet. We are the architects of our fate, not the prisoners." But the weight of our roles held us captive. I could see it, the crushing pressure of expectation pushing against our hearts, threatening to shatter us both. That night, under the watchful gaze of the moon, we surrendered to the darkness swirling just beyond our reach. As our lips met for the first time, it felt like an eternity held within a heartbeat, an electric charge, a collision of souls. Yet, just as quickly, doubt crept in. Could we ever be more than pawns in this cruel game of thrones? The kiss tasted of desperation and longing, but it was haunted by shadows of uncertainty. Time twisted around us like a playful ghost, the clock ticking down to the inevitable. With each chime, the reality of our circumstances pressed heavier upon our hearts, pulling us into an abyss that felt endless. In that moment, I understood. Love was not merely a flicker of passion, it was a tempest, a storm raging within our souls. It was the realization that we were both chained to our crowns, bound by duty, yet yearning for freedom. The night stretched on, each heartbeat a reminder of what lay ahead. I remember holding my breath, waiting for dawn to break. Would our love be our salvation or our doom? As the first light of morning filtered through the window, casting ghostly shadows across the room, I felt the weight of the world upon my shoulders, bracing myself for the realities that awaited us. And so, we stood, poised on the precipice of our fate, with the specter of the past lingering just beyond the horizon. Each moment pulsed with electric intensity, a heartbeat away from a confrontation that could change everything. Would we rise as a united front or be torn apart by the very forces trying to bind us together? I could only stand there, staring into the abyss, where love and duty collided, waiting for the inevitable to unfold. The moon hung heavy in the sky, a stark witness to the unraveling of a night steeped in shadows and regrets, its silver light spilling like a liquid promise over the grand hall of the palace. The air was thick, almost suffocating, vibrating with the tension of whispered secrets and hushed gasps. Christine of Sweden stood at the altar, her heart racing, a caged bird desperate to flee. Her gown, white and iridescent, glimmered like a beacon of hope, yet it felt more like shackles pressing down on her. She could almost hear the clock ticking, each second echoing a countdown to the inevitable. I remember, she whispered to herself, the dreams. I was a queen, free to roam, to feel the grass beneath my feet, to dance in the wild embrace of the winds. But now, there was only the weight of expectations, the cold gleam of the crown that felt like a noose tightening around her neck. Across from her, the man she was to wed stood, a stranger in a sea of familiarity. His name was Charles, and though his eyes held kindness, they were clouded by a storm of his own. She could see the flicker of doubt behind his composed facade, the gnawing fear that perhaps they were both merely actors on a stage, trapped in a play scripted by fate. Every heartbeat felt like a drum announcing their impending doom, the fatalistic rhythm echoing in the silence between them. I remember, the words clung to her tongue like a prayer, an incantation against the madness. Christine's thoughts spiraled as she searched his face for solace, for a glimpse of shared resolve, but found only the swirling depths of a man trapped in his own narrative. Would he be her ally or her adversary? A savior or a spectre haunting her every choice? The hall was grand, but its beauty felt like a cruel joke. Tapestries depicting glorious battles hung heavily from the walls, their colors vivid yet suffocating, reminding her of victories that seemed distant, far removed from the reality unfolding before her. Flickering candles cast ghostly shadows, dancing to the tune of their doubts, illuminating the faces of those gathered, expectant, judgmental, hungry for the blood of dreams sacrificed on the altar of duty. The moment stretched, an elastic band ready to snap. She could feel the weight of history pressing down, the ghosts of queens past whispering in her ear, reminding her of the choices that led them to their graves. Remember, Christine, they seemed to say, every crown carries a burden, a price to pay. And oh, how she wished she could have thrown it all away, the title, the palace, the weight of 1,000 expectations, for the sweet taste of freedom. But freedom was a cruel mistress, impatient and elusive, teasing her with dreams of escape as she stood rooted in place, anchored by the chains of her lineage. It was a game of chess, and she was but a pawn, controlled by the unseen hands of those who ruled from the shadows, their laughter a distant echo in the grand hall. Charles shifted, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his features. Christine, his voice was low, a gentle caress against the chaos, yet it filled her with a dread that gnawed at her insides. We cannot turn back now. I know, she replied, her voice trembling like a leaf caught in a tempest. But what if this is all a mistake? The words hung in the air, heavy with the weight of her truth. She could almost taste the bitterness of regret, sharp and acrid, as it clung to her tongue. And then there was Ulrika, hovering in the background, her eyes glistening with a mixture of hope and fear. She had been Christine's confidant, a loyal friend, yet now she appeared trapped, caught between love and loyalty, her own heart tethered to the decisions of her queen. She could sense the storm brewing, the dark clouds hovering just out of view, and with each passing second, the air crackled with electricity, the promise of confrontation looming. Christine, Ulrika whispered, urgency threading through her voice, is this truly what you want? Is he truly the one? I don't know. The confession escaped her lips like a wail, raw and unfiltered, the sound reverberating off the stone walls. I wish I could be free, to choose for myself. Tears prickled at the corners of her eyes, the weight of her dreams crashing down around her, a tidal wave of despair that threatened to drown her. In that moment, she felt the world tilt on its axis, the ground beneath her shifting, reality warping like a mirage. Time became elastic, memories flashing before her, laughter, summer days, the scent of wildflowers, the promise of adventure. She wanted to scream, to run, to tear the veil from her face and shatter the illusions that had been woven around her like a prison. But fate had tightened its grip, and she felt the suffocating embrace of inevitability. Christine, please, Charles's voice cut through the haze, a lifeline in a stormy sea. We will face this together. But would he? Could he? Doubt gnawed at her heart, a dark creature lurking in the corners of her mind. As the ceremony continued, the words became a blur, a cacophony of sound that drowned out her thoughts. She felt like a marionette, strings pulled by unseen hands, the weight of history resting on her shoulders. The night stretched on, a chasm of time that threatened to swallow her whole. She was lost in the labyrinth of her own choices, caught between the ghosts of what could have been and the dark promise of what lay ahead. And as the vows were spoken, as the chorus of expectation swelled around her, Christine felt the cracks forming, the fractures in her resolve threatening to splinter her whole. In that moment, she vowed silently to herself, to claw her way back, to seek the truth buried beneath the weight of her crown. The night was far from over, and the confrontation was yet to come. The shadows whispered, and she would not be silenced. The clock struck midnight, its chime echoing through the vast, empty halls of the royal castle, a sound so chilling it felt like the tolling of a funeral bell. I remember the stillness that followed, a silence thick with tension, a silence that shrouded the walls with whispers of dread. Underneath the ornate chandeliers that flickered like ghostly fireflies, King Peter too stood at the threshold of his chamber, a silhouette against the world that felt impossibly heavy. His breath quickened, each exhale a battle against the storm inside him, the weight of a crown pressing down on his brow, squeezing out every ounce of youthful joy. In that moment, I remember his heart racing, a drum echoing the conflict that pulsed through him. It was not just the enormity of his title, it was the very nature of love itself that threatened to consume him. Did he dare? Did he truly dare to reach out to Princess Alexandra, to bridge the chasm between duty and desire? The walls seemed to pulse with the rhythm of his uncertainty, shadows dancing as if mocking his plight. And there she was, Princess Alexandra, her figure bathed in the soft glow of candlelight, a fragile wisp of silk and lace that stirred the air like a haunting melody. Her eyes, so bright, yet clouded with doubt, reflected the same turmoil churning in his heart. I remember how she stood there, so small, against the intelligence of the universe, an ancient star struggling to find its place among galaxies. Her hands trembled as she clutched the edges of her gown, a silent prayer, a desperate plea for strength in a world where choice felt like a double-edged sword. "Peter," she whispered, her voice a mere breath, but heavy with the weight of 1,000 unsaid words. Oh, how the name hung between them, laden with expectations and unspoken fears. "We shouldn't, not yet." The longing in her gaze caught him, an arrow piercing through the fog of uncertainty, igniting a fire within that he did not know he possessed. "I cannot promise you a life without pain," he said, his throat tight, as if each word could draw blood. "All I can give is this moment." His voice trembled, the vulnerability spilling forth, raw and unfiltered. They stood on the precipice of something monumental, and it terrified him. The truth was a beast that howled in the dark corners of his mind, gnashing at the fragile threads of royal duty that tangled his heart. Outside, the wind howled, a banshee wailing in protest as though the universe itself lamented their fate. I remember feeling the chill creep through the room, wrapping around them like a shroud, a warning of the storm that brewed not just in the skies, but within their own souls. The walls whispered secrets of ancestors long gone, tales of love and loss etched into the very stones of the castle. "I remember the stories they told us," Alexandra said, her voice steadier now, a flicker of determination ignited in her eyes. "About lovers who defied kingdoms, about the lengths they went for love." Peter stepped closer, caught between the desire to flee and the urge to pull her into the safety of his embrace. But those stories, they ended in tragedy. The shadows around them seemed to nod in agreement, a chorus of ghosts echoing his fears. "Do we dare to follow in their footsteps?" "I would rather have a moment with you than a lifetime without," she declared fiercely, a spark of defiance igniting in her. I remember how the very air crackled with that statement, how it coursed through the room like electricity, igniting the essence of the impossible, the irrational, the all-consuming. Yet even as her heart spoke, a darker current lurked beneath. I saw it in her eyes, the flicker of doubt. What if we are just pawns in a game much larger than ourselves? What if this night, this union, is just a facade? There was fear there, a raw vulnerability that mirrored his own. "Then let us be the kings and queens of our own fate, if only for an hour," he murmured, stepping closer still, their breaths mingling in the charged space between them. The castle around them seemed to sigh, the ancient stones craving this moment as much as they did. And in that heartbeat, when the world held its breath, Peter reached out, his fingers brushing against hers, a tender connection that sent a shiver across the expanse of their souls. "Will you trust me, Alexandra?" The question hung in the air, suspended like the last leaf clinging to a winter branch, poised on the brink of falling. I remember the way her breath hitched, the way she bit her lip as if weighing the consequences of every choice, every pulse of her racing heart. "Yes," she whispered, the word of fragile promise, a vow forged in the fires of uncertainty. Their fingers entwined, a lifeline pulled taut between duty and desire, and in that moment, the world fell away. I remember how the shadows danced wildly, how the candlelight flickered in anticipation, eager to witness the unraveling of a night where walls would bend and the stars themselves would hold their breath. Outside, the storm raged on, a cacophony of thunder and rain that clawed at the castle, desperate to break through the barriers of their reality. But inside, in that room, a different tempest brewed, a whirlwind of emotion, a maelstrom of longing, fueled by a love that dared to rise against the tide. And as they stood together, heartbeats racing, the overwhelming gravity of their choice pressed down like a dark cloud, threatening to burst as they embraced the beginning of everything, the last royal wedding, a moment that could shatter or transcend. The air thickened with possibilities, their desires weaving an intricate tapestry filled with threads of fear, hope, and untamed passion, an uncharted territory that lay ahead, waiting to be explored with every fleeting heartbeat, every whisper of a dream that danced just beyond reach. In that charged space, time shifted, and the world melted away. All that remained were Peter and Alexandra, two souls igniting in the dark, daring to embrace the unknown together. The air was thick with the scent of fear and fresh-cut roses, a deceptive blend that masked the roiling chaos beneath the surface of the grand hall. Frederick stood at the altar, his hands trembling under the weight of his royal finery, the glimmer of jewels a stark contrast to his shadowed heart. He felt like an imposter, trapped in a gilded cage, surrounded by laughter that echoed like a distant, mocking lullaby. The crowd was a sea of silk and lace, their smiles painted on, while he stood rigid, gazing at the woman who would become his wife, yet a stranger in every sense. Elizabeth Christine was radiant, a vision in white, her eyes dark pools filled with uncertainty. They sparkled under the heavy crystal chandeliers, yet there was a storm brewing behind their sheen, a tempest of hopes and fears that threatened to consume her. She was beautiful, yes, but beauty felt like a curse today. The whispers of the court fluttered around her, like moths drawn to a flame, each with a reminder of the childlessness they would soon embody. She felt the pressure, a weight pressing down like the heavy fabric of her wedding gown, suffocating yet so achingly beautiful. "I remember the feeling of your hand in mine, Frederick," she whispered, her voice barely breaking the facade of the joyous celebrations. "But now it feels like we are shackled by a dream neither of us wanted." The words slipped from her lips, a haunting melody that faded into the opulence surrounding them. He wanted to comfort her, to tell her that they were not alone in their despair, that love could transcend the barrenness. But the specters of doubt loomed large, clouds blotting out the sun of their union. Frederick felt like a child caught in a game of make-believe, where every promise was a paper boat destined to drown in the torrent of reality. The childless couple. It was a title that clung to him like a phantom limb, a specter that haunted his every waking moment. "I can't help but wonder," he murmured, his voice low, "if this is how our story begins, two souls tethered together in an unyielding silence." Around them, the laughter swirled, a dizzying dance of celebration and melancholy. The courtiers raised their goblets, toasting to an empty future, their eyes glinting with hidden agendas. Each clink of glass reverberated like a death knell, a chilling reminder of the expectations that loomed over them like a guillotine, poised to strike. The clock struck, its sound echoing through the cavernous hall, each chime a heartbeat stolen from their lives. Time was a cruel mistress, counting down the moments until both Frederick and Elizabeth would be thrust into a role they dreaded. The wedding, the grand farce, a performance on a stage where they were mere puppets, strings pulled by the relentless march of duty. "I remember my dreams turning to ashes," Elizabeth confessed, her voice quaking. "I dreamt of children laughing in our halls, filling the void, but now, all I feel is the ghost of what could have been." She looked away, past the crowded room, toward the window where the night sky loomed dark and infinite. It was a reminder of everything they could never touch, stars twinkling in mocking brilliance. The cosmos, vast and ungraspable, mirrored their own doom, boundless, beautiful, and ultimately unreachable. Frederick's heart ached for her, for the sun that had dimmed behind her eyes. "What if we dared to dream anew?" he whispered, his breath a gentle caress. "What if we crafted our own fate, regardless of their whispers?" But even as he spoke, doubt clawed at his resolve. He could feel the heaviness of centuries pressing down, the weight of his lineage, and the expectations that came with the crown. Would they be forever etched into history as the childless couple, a tragic tale that echoed through the annals of time? A flicker of defiance sparked in Elizabeth's eyes. "Perhaps we can rewrite the narrative," she said, and for a moment, they shared a breath, a fragile, tremulous thread connecting their souls. "But it won't be easy. The court, they will watch us, judge us. They will delight in our failures." The laughter grew louder, a cacophony that filled the space like a shroud. Frederick could taste the bitterness of it, the irony that danced on his tongue. "Let them watch," he said, his voice steadying, fueled by a surge of emotion. "Let them revel in our sorrow. We will be more than their whispers." Yet, even as he declared this, his heart trembled with uncertainty. He was a king, but today he felt like a man caught in the winds of fate, helpless against the storm. Elizabeth's hand in his felt small and fragile, like a bird caught in a tempest, and he feared for them both. Would their love be enough to shield them from the relentless tide of expectation? I remember the moment I first saw you, he said, his gaze locked onto hers, searching for that flicker of hope they so desperately needed. You were a spark in the darkness, a light that drew me in. Maybe we can find that spark again. But the moment hung heavy between them, a chasm filled with unspoken fears. They stood on the precipice of a future unknown, the weight of their unfulfilled dreams dragging them down into the abyss. The vows hung in the air, a promise laced with heartache, words that would bind them even as they threatened to drown them. As the ceremony progressed, Frederick could feel the eyes of the crowd boring into him, their gazes sharp as daggers. They were eager to witness the birth of a king, the laughter of children to echo through the halls. But there, in that moment, surrounded by elegance and profound sadness, Frederick felt the grip of despair tightening, and he clung to Elizabeth's hand as if it were the only lifeline in a sea of despair. The clock struck again, its ominous chime a reminder of their impending fate. The laughter faded into a haunting silence, and as they exchanged vows, the world beyond the walls of the hall faded, leaving only the two of them in their unyielding reality. In that split second, the air crackled with a raw energy, a promise laced with heartbreak, and the weight of their unspoken dreams hung heavy between them. Together, they stood at the abyss, the childless couple, bound by love yet shackled by expectations, suspended in a moment that would stretch endlessly into the dark night. The cosmos shimmered above them, indifferent to their plight, as they faced the haunting uncertainty of a future written in the stars, a future that might never come to pass. The night hummed with a sinister melody, the air thick with uncertainty, as Robert the Bruce stood on the threshold of the chamber. Shadows danced on the walls, flickering grotesquely in the candlelight like phantoms of the past come to haunt him. He hesitated, heart pounding, a war raging in his mind louder than the clamor of swords clashing in the distance. This was not a wedding, it was a reckoning. His thoughts spiraled back, images of blood-soaked fields, the cries of men fighting for a cause that felt as intangible as the stars above. And then, there was her face. Elizabeth de Burgh. A vision of delicate strength, her eyes bright like twin beacons in the oppressive blackness of uncertainty. Why had he let himself be drawn into this? It was madness, he was an outlaw, a fugitive. And yet, he craved her with an intensity that threatened to consume him whole. Outside, the wind howled, a banshee wailing through the night, reminding him of the very real dangers that lurked beyond the safety of these walls. The wedding had been a secret, hurried, a union forged in the fires of desperation and rebellion. They wore crowns of thorns, not roses. This bond was outlawed, a defiance against the world that sought to tear them apart. Would it be a night of celebration or the last gasp of a dying dream? He stepped inside, the door creaking ominously as if warning him of the weight of love he was about to bear. Elizabeth stood by the window, framed by the silvery sliver of moonlight, her silken gown clinging to her like the shadows of the night. She turned to him, a mixture of hope and fear reflected in her gaze, and he felt his breath catch in his throat. I remember, she whispered, her voice trembling like a leaf in a storm. The stories they told us. How love conquers all. Her words hung in the air, heavy with irony. Love. In a world where men were hunted like animals, where loyalty was a luxury, where every fleeting moment felt borrowed. He chuckled, a hollow sound, but it broke the tension. Love is a battlefield, Elizabeth. It's more like dodging a hail of arrows. She stepped closer, her delicate fingers brushing against his arm, igniting a spark that traveled the length of his body. Then let us fight together. I will not cower in the shadows while you face the storm alone. Something inside him shifted, the weight of his burdens lessened by her fierce spirit. But the fear lingered, a ghost that refused to fade. He wanted to tell her that love was a dangerous game, that they were pawns in a chess match played by gods who reveled in their suffering. Instead, he pulled her close, inhaling her scent, a mix of wildflowers and the faintest hint of smoke from the hearth. Outside, the night seemed to conspire against them. A distant roar echoed, a reminder of the chaos that awaited. The world beyond the window was dark and unforgiving, but inside this small chamber, they forged their own sanctuary. I remember, he murmured, the first time I laid eyes on you. You were like a breath of fresh air in a world choked by despair. Her laughter was a sweet, silvery chime, but it faltered, and he saw the shadows cross her face. And now we stand on the edge of a knife, Robert. Tomorrow, it could all be gone. He cupped her face, their foreheads touching, the intimacy grounding him. Then let tonight be ours, no matter what comes. Elizabeth's eyes shimmered with unshed tears, a beautiful tragedy playing out in the depths of her soul. I do not fear for myself. I fear for you. He swallowed hard, the emotion a heavy stone lodged in his throat. You must know, whatever happens, I choose you. And in that moment, their lips met, a collision of fire and ice, of fear and longing. It was a kiss that tasted of rebellion, of unyielding strength, stirring something primal within him. Yet, it was laced with the understanding that this love could end in ruin. The breath left his lungs as reality clawed back, insistent and cold. The distant shouts of men preparing for a battle intruded upon their sanctuary, the world beyond the walls crashing in, reminding him that time was not their ally. I remember the nights when dreams felt like a distant whisper, he whispered against her lips, but you are my dream, my heart, and my prison. The weight of his confession hung between them, an unbreakable bond forged in the fiery chasms of uncertainty. She pulled away slightly, searching his eyes, seeing the raw vulnerability that lay beneath his warrior facade. Then let us etch our names into the stars tonight, she breathed, a challenge echoing in her voice. The air crackled with their resolve, a promise that defied the very real threat of separation looming ahead. They were not just a man and a woman, they were a defiance, a rebellion against a world that sought to crush them. With each heartbeat, the tension thickened, alive and electric. The world outside was a ticking clock, each second a reminder of the fragility of their existence. They were bound by duty, by love, by the ghosts of their pasts. As the moon hung like a watchful eye, a witness to their union, Robert took her hands, feeling the delicate tremor of her pulse beneath his fingers. No matter what tomorrow brings, this night is ours. And as the shadows closed in around them, they held on to each other, two souls intertwined, defiant against the storm that threatened to tear them apart. The future loomed, dark and uncertain, but in that moment, nothing else mattered. All that existed was the fierce love that burned between them, an ember glowing in the vast darkness of a world gone mad. And they would face it together, come what may. The night air crackled, heavy with anticipation and dread, as Mary stood cloaked in shadows beneath the grand archways of the Palace of Whitehall. It was the kind of silence that wraps itself around your throat, squeezing tight, suffocating in its stillness. Somewhere, a clock ticked in the distance, each chime resonating with the weight of centuries, each echo a reminder of the looming spectre that had stalked her life from the moment she learned what it meant to be a queen. I remember the way her heart raced, how it thundered against her ribs like a trapped bird, desperate for flight. She was a woman caught in a world of men, politics, power plays, and perfumed whispers that promised a love she feared she'd never truly possess. Mary the First, the forsaken bride, stood encased in a web of duty, love, and betrayal, the fabric of her life stitched together by the golden thread of ambition and the dark thread of despair. Tonight, you will be wed, they had said, and she had felt the cold grip of inevitability wrap around her heart. Philip II of Spain, her husband-to-be, a man as distant as the stars that twinkled mockingly above her. They said he was handsome, but all she could see were the shadows lurking behind his eyes, the flicker of ambition that promised to smother her fragile reign. The marriage wasn't a union built on love, it was a chess move in the grand game of politics, a sacrifice of her heart at the altar of loyalty. Am I to be a pawn, then, she whispered to the night, her breath misting in the chilled air like the ghosts of her past. She was haunted, yes, but perhaps it was her own reflection that terrified her most. What kind of queen would she become? What kind of woman? And then, in a moment that felt like fate itself had stepped in, a figure appeared. Tall, cloaked in a rich fabric that shimmered like the dawn, Philip emerged from the shadows. His gaze met hers, intense, inscrutable, yet it didn't reach her. It passed through her, like an icy wind cutting across her skin. She could hear the whispers of the court behind him, a symphony of hope and dread that left her stomach swirling. Your Majesty, he bowed, but the gesture felt hollow, devoid of warmth. Do not bow to me, Philip. You are to be my husband, she replied, the words spilling from her lips with an edge that surprised even her. She was angry, furious at the fate that had bound them together, but beneath that fury lay something more profound, an ache, a vulnerability that threatened to unravel her. I am to be a king, not a consort, he retorted softly, the hint of a smile barely gracing his lips. I do not bow to anyone, nor will I submit to the whims of a wife. Their eyes locked, her defiance clashing against his arrogance, a storm brewing between them. The air was electric, charged with the weight of their unspoken fears and desires. You speak of kingship as if it's a cloak you can wear, but what will you do when it weighs you down? Better to wear it than to be stark naked in a world that feasts on weakness, he shot back, and for a fleeting moment, she saw a flicker of something human behind his veneer, a longing, a fear. The laughter of courtiers echoed, their revelry tainted with a bitterness that stained the night. They were waiting, watching, hungry for the spectacle of the forsaken bride, their hopes resting on the fragile shoulders of a woman who had never wanted to be a pawn in their game. "I remember what they say, Philip," she pressed, her voice low but full of fire. "They call me Bloody Mary behind closed doors. They mock my soul, my heart, for the sins of my mother. Do you understand what I am? Do you even care?" He paused, the flickering candlelight casting shadows across his chiseled features, and for a heartbeat, they stood still, two souls entwined in a world of chaos. "I care only for the kingdom, for our future," he murmured, the chill in his voice betraying the warmth she craved. She felt the weight of his ambition, the specter of their union looming larger than any wedding vows they would soon exchange. The hands of time ticked on, unyielding, carrying them toward an altar drenched in expectations and fear, a dark promise forged in the fires of history. And as the hour approached, the darkened hall filled with the scent of roses, heavy and sweet, mingling with the bitterness of decay. She thought of the dreams that had once danced in her heart, of love that felt like sunlight on her skin, of the warmth of a hand clasped in hers. But those dreams seemed to fade, replaced by the chilling reality of a marriage that would bind her to a man whose heart was as cold as a winter's night. "Do you fear me, Mary?" Philip's voice broke through the haze, his words a challenge, a taunt. "Fear can be a powerful ally." "I fear what I must become," she replied, the truth spilling from her lips like blood from a wound. "I fear the ghosts of what might have been." They rose locked in a silent battle, two warriors in a war of emotions. She was the forsaken bride, stripped of choice, bound to a man who was both her salvation and her doom. Time slipped away, the clock chiming ominously, as the shadows deepened, swallowing the light. The hall began to fill with the sounds of footsteps, her destiny marching toward her with a relentless inevitability. In this moment, Mary I was neither a queen nor a woman, she was a battlefield where dreams and despair collided, forever changed, forever forsaken. And the haunting echoes of history murmured on, weaving their tale into the fabric of time, a promise and a curse that would ripple through the ages. As she stepped forward, the weight of her choices heavy upon her shoulders, the darkness embraced her, whispering secrets of love and loss, of a marriage that would echo through the corridors of time, an unending cycle of hope and heartbreak, forever entwined. The air quivers with tension, thick and cloying, as I stand amidst the flickering torches and the rustling silk of a grand hall, the murmurs of the court are low, restless tide washing over the chill of my skin. All eyes are glued to the altar, where the shadows dance nervously, the figures of Mary Tudor and Philip of Spain poised on the precipice of fate. A wedding, they call it, a celebration of love, a union of nations, but here, beneath the veil of silk and satin, lies a quagmire of fear, ambition, and heartache. I remember the feeling, the raw weight of expectation pressing against my chest, squeezing until I could scarcely breathe. Mary stands there, her heart a war drum thundering in her chest. The crown weighs heavily on her head, and yet, it is the thought of love that gnaws at her soul like a ravenous wolf. She remembers the dreams that danced through her mind in the quiet of night, the visions of a husband who would cherish her, a partner in strength, not this distant figure with cold, calculating eyes. Philip's gaze, icy as a winter's night, cuts through the warmth of her desires, and she shudders. She is a political pawn, a bargaining chip in a game played by men far above her. But oh, how she aches to feel like more than that. She longs to be a queen not just of a realm, but of a heart, and with each passing moment, the dread pulsates. Mary is aware of the whispers, the laughter hidden behind gloved hands. Will her marriage be the salvation of a kingdom or the harbinger of doom? The walls of this hall echo with the weight of history, shadows of ghosts who have come before her, the spectral forms of queens who have lost their heads, their hearts, all for power and loyalty. And then there's Philip, standing stoic and austere, a marble statue masked in flesh, tethered to ambition like a moth to a flame. I see the flicker of conflict behind his dark eyes, the burden of expectation grinding into his soul. A marriage forged not in love, but in strategy, his heart is as much a battleground as hers. The weight of his father's kingdom rests like a stone in his gut, and he cannot afford to fail. In this wretched chess match, he must appear the victor, even as he battles the demons of his own making. But, oh, the absurdity of it all. The irony of love lost in translation, as two souls are stitched together not by passion, but by politics, is almost comical. I chuckle softly. Love, they say, is universal, but here. A mere contract, a ledger of alliances. Mary's heart aches and my own laughs at the dark humor of their fates. They bathed once a year, I think, so yeah, romance was earthy. Yet, she stands there, kneeling at the altar, soaked in the dreams of a better tomorrow, even as she grapples with the knowledge that her very existence has become a pawn in a game played by giants. Breathe, Mary, a voice in her mind urges. Just breathe. But how can she, when every heartbeat feels like a countdown to a reckoning? Time slips through her fingers like water, and she struggles to hold on to the fragments of herself. She catches Philip's gaze, a flash of something unguarded, and for a moment, it feels as though they share a silent understanding, a flicker of a bond that transcends the chains of duty. But just as quickly, it is gone, swallowed by the weight of the moment, their thoughts drip with doubt as the air grows heavier with unspoken words. The ceremony unfolds, a slow-motion nightmare, each with a heavy stone tossed into the deep end of her heart. Do you take this man? The question lingers, a spectre hovering above them. Mary's answer hangs in the air, stifled by the brewing storm inside her. Will she ever truly belong to him? Or will she forever be the forgotten queen, a mere spectre drifting through the halls of power, her voice muffled, her spirit tethered to the past? Philip, too, wrestles with the shadows of his own heart, the echoes of a duty he cannot escape. The castle feels like a cage, the air is thick with unspoken promises and broken dreams. He watches Mary, noting the fire in her eyes, and for a fleeting moment, he wonders if this is what love could feel like. But the notion is as slippery as the truth behind his ambition, and it terrifies him. To yield to desire would mean losing everything, the crown, his father's favor, the very essence of his power. The tension escalates into an unbearable crescendo, and the world narrows to a pinprick of focus, the faces around them blurring into shadows. The moment draws near, a precipice teetering on the edge of something monumental. And as the priest's voice echoes, the gathering breathes in unison, their collective heartbeats a haunting rhythm in the stillness. In this moment, I feel everything, the pulse of history, the weight of expectation, the chill of destiny. Mary's heart and Philip's ambition collide, creating a tempest swirling around them, and I find myself holding my breath along with the crowd. The clock ticks, the hands moving ever closer to the hour of reckoning. It is the moment where love and politics intersect, where dreams and nightmares entwine, and the spectre of what could be hovers just out of reach. Together we shall rise, she thinks, clutching the threads of hope and fear woven into the fabric of her dreams. But even as the words echo in her mind, the spectral laughter of history reverberates, a reminder of the countless souls who have also stood at this altar of despair. And then the moment arrives, the silence shatters like glass, a breath caught in throats, a heart clenching. The world spins on, but for Mary and Philip, time stretches, expands, and in that interminable second, their fates entwine in a web of gold and shadows. The wedding of Mary Tudor and Philip of Spain, a tale of love and war, hope and despair, begins here, but the ghosts of the past whisper that it may also end in heartbreak. As they stand together, bound by duty and desire, the echoes of the past dance around them, and the story continues, spiraling into the unknown. The tension is alive, crackling, as if the very air is holding its breath, waiting for what comes next. The air was thick with tension, a palpable weight that settled in the heart as the distant clang of iron echoed off the stone walls of Stirling Castle. I remember the moment Margaret Tudor stood at the window, staring out into the encroaching twilight, her silhouette stark against the fading light, a ghost torn between two worlds. The shadows danced upon her face like whispers of things left unsaid. Outside, the trees swayed, their branches clawing at an indifferent sky, as if trying to escape the horror that lay beneath them. Fear gripped her, not just of what lay beyond the castle walls, but of what lay ahead, an impending marriage that felt less like a joining of hands and more like a shackle. What did she think of the man she was promised to? James IV, a king known for his ambition, his charm, and the dark humor that lurked beneath his handsome facade. He was a tempest in a tailored coat, a man who could command armies with a flick of his wrist, yet his heart, oh that heart, it beat with a wildness that frightened her. She had seen the glint in his eyes, the way his laughter could turn to thunder, and in that, she felt a strange kinship. They were both trapped, caged birds in a gilded palace, their wings clipped by duty and expectation. I remember the first time I met him, she whispered to the night, her voice trembling like a fragile leaf caught in a storm. He smiled as if he held the sun in his hands, yet I sensed the darkness lurking behind those jewels. It was intoxicating. The memory haunted her, the way he stood before her, tall and regal yet marred by the weight of kingship. Did he feel the same fear coiling in his gut? Did he dream of freedom as she did? The clock chimed, the sound a cruel reminder of passing time. Each tick echoed like a heartbeat, a countdown to what felt like the end of her choices. Margaret turned from the window, her breath hitching as she caught sight of a figure approaching, the soft light illuminating the sharp features of her brother, Henry. He wore the crown of England like a burden, every step he took a reminder of the sacrifices he had made for the throne they both craved in different ways. "Margaret," he said, his voice a mixture of authority and concern, "you must prepare for the wedding. Scotland is watching." She felt the walls close in, the air thick with expectation. "And if I do not wish to be a pawn in his game?" Her defiance tasted bitter on her tongue, but there was something fierce that ignited within her, an ember of rebellion. "What if I yearn for something more than this fate?" "Your desires are of little consequence," he snapped, the frustration spilling over. "This is bigger than you, Margaret. You must understand, this marriage will unite our crowns." His eyes, usually so confident, revealed a flicker of fear. Fear of losing control, fear of what their father might think if he could see them now, two children lost in a ruthless world. And then, as if summoned by her very thoughts, James appeared, his presence an electric current that sent shivers down her spine. He entered the chamber, and for a moment, everything fell silent. His eyes, dark and stormy, met hers with a fire that ignited something deep within her, something both exhilarating and terrifying. "Margaret," he said, his voice like honey, smooth yet laced with an underlying tension, "are you prepared to embrace your new destiny?" "Destiny," she echoed, the word tasting like ashes on her tongue. "Is that what we are calling this?" He stepped closer, and she felt the heat radiating off him like a beacon. "I know what you fear," he murmured, the intimacy of his words wrapping around her like a shroud. "But I promise you, there is power in our union. There is strength in what we can build." But could they build anything beyond the shadows of their ancestors? She wanted to believe him, to take that leap of faith into the unknown. Yet, with every beat of her heart, doubts crept in, whispering reminders of the hatred that simmered between their lands, reminders of the blood that stained their family histories. "What if our love is nothing but a fleeting moment, James? What if we are just echoes of those before us, doomed to repeat their mistakes?" The vulnerability in her voice startled even herself, but it was as if the fortress around her heart had cracked, spilling forth her fears like a torrent. "It won't be," he insisted, the intensity in his gaze igniting a flicker of hope. "We can change it all. Together." But could they? As she stood before him, the weight of her family's legacy pressing down like a funeral shroud, she couldn't shake off the feeling of being trapped in a game of chess where every piece moved against their will. She saw the flickering light of the candle, shadows stretching like fingers reaching for them, and felt the claws of destiny sink deeper. The clock struck again, each chime sending a shudder through her. Time is slipping away, she thought, wishing desperately for the sun to rise and chase away the fears that cloaked her heart. But the night was only growing darker, more intense, the shadows elongating as if presaging the looming wedding that felt more like a funeral. A sudden surge of realization washed over her, the haunting knowledge that this marriage, their union, could either forge a new beginning or seal their fates in despair. The air crackled with possibility and dread, a perfect storm brewing on the horizon. "I remember," Margaret murmured softly, "when I thought love would be simple, like a fairy tale." But her laughter felt hollow, reverberating in the silence. "Even the tales are laced with darkness, you know. The kind that creeps in without invitation." James's eyes sparkled with understanding, and in that moment, they leaned closer, caught in a fragile balance where hope teetered on the brink of despair. The world outside faded into a blur, and all that existed were their two hearts, racing against the clock, their only audience the ghosts of their ancestors, watching with bated breath. In the silence, an unspoken pact formed, binding them together in the shadows. But what would emerge from this union? Would they find the light, or would they be lost to the darkness? The clock strikes midnight, echoing through the opulent halls of the Winter Palace like a death knell. The air is thick with the scent of roses, yet a bitter chill wraps around the hearts of all who dare to dream of love in this gilded cage. I remember standing there, the weight of expectation pressing down on my chest, a crown of gilded thorns poised precariously on my head. Tsarina Maria Fedorovna, the name feels both heavy and hollow, a haunting melody that lingers long after the last note. An arranged marriage, a fate written in the stars, yet here I am, trapped in a moment that stretches into eternity. He stands before me, my husband, Emperor Alexander III, the embodiment of strength and resolve, yet his eyes betray a flicker of uncertainty. There is power in his stature, but vulnerability lurks just beneath the surface, hidden like a ghost in the shadows. I see it, a flash of fear as he grips my hand, his palm clammy against mine. I hear the whispers of the court behind us, an audience to our union, their breath held in collective anticipation. Will they witness the birth of a new era, or the shattering of dreams? The ballroom swells with laughter and music, a symphony of joy that feels like a cruel joke. I see the ladies in their silks, their laughter like tinkling glass, but none can see the cracks forming beneath my smile. All I can do is play the part, twirl beneath the chandeliers, and hope the weight of my heart doesn't shatter the illusion. I remember the stories of love whispered in the dark, sweet tales of passion and longing, but I can't feel them here. Instead, there's a creeping dread, a gnawing sensation that we are but marionettes dancing to the whims of fate. Dance with me, he says, yet the command feels like a plea. There's a flicker of desperation in his gaze, and I can almost see the ghosts of our ancestors swirling around us, judging, whispering, their voices a cacophony in my mind. I nod, our bodies moving together like two ships lost at sea, drawing closer yet remaining worlds apart. I remember the warmth of my childhood, the arms that held me safe, but here, in the embrace of a stranger, my heart races with an unyielding fear. I look into his eyes, searching for a spark of the man I can love, but they are stormy seas, turbulent and deep. He is a stranger to me, yet I am bound to him. I can feel the tension rising, a storm brewing beneath the surface. The clock ticks ominously, each chime a reminder that this night is but a harbinger of what is to come. I can feel the weight of expectation, the unspoken words pressing against my throat, raw and chaotic. The guests dissolve into mere shadows, their laughter fading into the ether, as I am drawn deeper into this abyss. I hear my heart pounding a frantic rhythm, will it be love, or will it be woe? A question that hangs in the air, heavy and suffocating. The weight of the crown feels like a noose tightening around my neck. What if we fail? I want to scream, but the words are trapped in my throat. Instead, I dance. With every step, I plunge further into uncertainty, and suddenly, the music shifts, a haunting melody that resonates with our unspoken fears. Alexander's grip tightens, a plea for reassurance, but it is I who need the comfort. I remember the stories of queens who were loved, cherished, and yet I can't help but wonder if I have stepped into a tale of despair. With each turn, I catch glimpses of the future, a relentless march toward a destiny I did not choose. Our union, a symphony of duty and obligation, rings hollow. I feel the whispers of the past weaving through the fabric of my thoughts, my mother, a queen so revered, whose own heart was shattered by the weight of a crown. The air crackles with tension, and then it happens, a sharp intake of breath, a moment suspended in time. The music stutters, falters, and I sense the eyes of the court upon us, a spotlight illuminating our every flaw. Kiss me, I whisper, desperate for a connection, for something to anchor me in this sea of uncertainty. His lips brush against mine, tentative, a fleeting spark that ignites a fire in my chest, yet I feel the shadows creeping closer. Will this be the night I find solace, or will I merely be a pawn in a game of thrones? I remember the tales of betrayal that echo through the ages, the bloodshed hidden beneath the silk and satin. I can feel it now, the pulse of history thrumming beneath my feet, the weight of 1,000 promises hanging in the air. As the kiss lingers, ghosts of the past haunt the corners of my mind, whispers of love and longing, of dreams shattered and hearts broken. I pull away, breathless, searching his eyes for answers that remain elusive. What are we becoming? I ask, my voice trembling, the words barely escaping my lips. He looks at me, his expression a tempest of emotions, fear, sorrow, defiance. Together, we are stronger, he replies, yet I sense the uncertainty in his voice, the fragility of our bond. I remember the weight of our ancestors, watching, waiting, as our fates intertwine. And in this moment, I feel it, the suffocating dread of a future that looms large and dark, a storm on the horizon. I sense the shadows growing, wrapping around us like a shroud. The wedding night of woe is not just a title, it is a promise of trials yet to come. The clock ticks maddeningly in the background, each second pulling us deeper into the unknown. As the walls close in, I realize we are not just fighting for love, we are fighting for our very souls. The night stretches on, an endless tapestry woven with threads of fear, hope, and uncertainty. I remember, there is no turning back. The dance continues, each step a haunting reminder that in this palace of dreams, love and despair are but two sides of the same coin, spinning in a relentless cycle, a game of chance that neither of us can control. The cold moon hung low in the midnight sky, a ghostly witness to the chaos below. I can still hear the echoes, the whispers of those gathered in the great hall, a cacophony of anticipation and dread. The air was thick, heavy with the scent of aged wood and the faint tang of sweat, a marriage of fear and hope, a union of two worlds colliding. I remember the flickering torchlight, casting shadows that danced like wraiths, their movements almost mocking the solemnity of the occasion. Empress Matilda stood with her back straight, a pillar of defiance amidst the crowd. Her heart thundered in her chest, not just a rapid drumbeat of anxiety but the very sound of her legacy teetering on the edge. She was a lioness, fierce and regal, yet beneath that iron exterior, vulnerability pulsed like a hidden wound. I remember the way her eyes darted toward the door every time it creaked open, as if each gust could bring her salvation or doom. Then there was Geoffrey Plantagenet, waiting in the shadows, his face a mask of ambition mixed with a splash of recklessness. He had the charm of a rogue, a spark that ignited the hearts of men and women alike, and yet there was a darkness lurking behind that smile, a hunger that could consume kingdoms. It was as if the very air around him crackled with a promise of chaos. I remember the way he leaned against the wall, a casual posture belying the storm brewing within. "Do you understand what is at stake?" Matilda whispered, her voice barely a tremor above the chatter. She was fierce, yet the uncertainty quivered in her words, as if she was speaking to herself, trying to convince the echo of her own fears. "This isn't just a marriage, it's a battleground. We are the pawns, Geoffrey, dancing on the chessboard of power." "I understand," he replied, a smirk playing upon his lips. "But isn't it thrilling to gamble with fate? To play at being gods for a night? What an audacious thought." Hearts pounding, they exchanged glances that bore the weight of unspoken promises and lingering doubts. It was a dance, both exhilarating and terrifying, and I could feel the tension crackling like static in the air, nipping at my skin. Around them, the spectators shifted, their bodies a sea of uncertainty and expectation. I could almost hear their thoughts swirling, would this union heal the rift or tear the very fabric of their world apart? A smattering of laughter, hollow and nervous, rippled through the crowd as a jester stumbled by, his cap jingling, yet even that felt surreal, as if the very laughter was an omen. Who could find joy in the clinks of goblets when the fate of a dynasty hung precariously in the balance? Matilda's gaze fell again on the door, the clicking of the iron latch echoing like a countdown in her mind. Each movement, each breath, was a reminder of the perilous choice she had made. She had chosen Geoffrey, chosen ambition over safety, love over tradition, and yet, did she truly understand the depths of her choice? There was a storm brewing, and it wasn't just the weather outside, it was the tempest of passions and politics swirling within those stone walls. "Are you ready?" Geoffrey's voice cut through the noise, laced with an unsettling excitement. "Ready to plunge into the abyss." Matilda shot back, her eyes narrowed, yet the flicker of hope shone through. She wanted to believe in the promise of what lay ahead, in the potential for greatness, but the shadows whispered doubts. "I remember when I first laid eyes on you," he said, his tone shifting, becoming more earnest. "You were a flame, a beacon of rebellion. I thought, if I could only hold her light, perhaps I could illuminate the darkness around us." His words were silk, wrapping around her heart, yet within them lay a subtle threat. The world was not black and white, it was a stormy grey, and she didn't know if she could trust him. The thrill of possibility was intoxicating, yet the echoes of betrayal lingered close. Then came the moment, a gust of wind swept through the hall as the doors burst open. The tension escalated, a crescendo that sent shivers down spines and caused hearts to race. A figure emerged, cloaked in shadows, a spectre of the past that seemed to mock the hopeful present. The air thickened, and all eyes turned, breath held, as if the entire world had paused just for this heartbeat. "Matilda," the figure cried, voice like thunder, full of accusation. "You dare to wed this man? A Plantagenet? What would your father say?" The memory of her father, a ghost that haunted her, loomed larger than life, the weight of his expectations pressing down on her shoulders like the crushing weight of a crown. Her heart raced, not just with fear but with defiance. She would not be shackled by his shadow. "I am my own woman," she declared, her voice rising above the clamor, raw and defiant. "I choose my own fate, and if that means embracing the chaos of Geoffrey, so be it." The hall erupted. Gasps, cheers, whispers of disbelief bounced off the walls. In that moment, Matilda became a warrior, a woman standing against a tide of history, defying the roles that had been prescribed to her. But in Jeffrey's eyes, I saw something shatter, a glimmer of fear beneath the bravado. Was he ready for the tempest they had unleashed? Or would he falter, leaving her to face the storm alone? And like that, the night twisted, each heartbeat a countdown, each breath a prayer, as the fabric of their lives began to unravel, the threads of ambition, love, and betrayal interweaving in a tapestry too complex to comprehend. A clock ticked somewhere in the shadows, the rhythm echoing the racing pulse of the crowd, reminding us all that time was finite, fate was fickle, and the night was far from over. The marriage of Empress Matilda and Geoffrey Plantagenet was merely the prelude to a saga steeped in blood, ambition, and the desperate yearning for a legacy that might never be theirs. In that great hall, under the watchful eyes of the moon and the ghosts of their past, everything changed. Each moment crackled with electricity, and somewhere in the depths of my being, I felt the promise of the inevitable, a night steeped in controversy, where every heartbeat was a clash of iron and whisper, a night that would echo through the annals of time, forever. The lace of her gown clung to her skin like a second layer of anguish, fragile and beautiful, yet suffocating. Maria Antonia stood in the shadows, her heart a hollow drum echoing against the stone walls of the chapel. The ornate chandeliers cast glimmers of light that danced mockingly upon her face, illuminating the fear buried beneath layers of powdered skin. Each breath felt like a betrayal, a reminder that today was supposed to be a celebration, yet all she felt was the cold grasp of dread wrapping around her throat. "I remember the morning light," she whispered, her voice barely breaking through the silence that cloaked the room. How it poured through the windows, warm and golden, promising hope. But hope felt like a specter now, haunting her, whispering sweet lies. She had been the favored daughter of the Empress, destined for greatness, yet here she was, a heartbroken bride on the precipice of a gilded cage. Across the room, Louis stood, his tall frame imposing yet somehow diminished by the weight of expectation that clung to him like a shroud. The crown sitting heavy on his brow was a mockery of the man he was. She had seen the flicker of fear in his eyes as they had met for the first time. It was a fleeting moment, two souls tangled in a web of duty, yet the fear lingered, a coiling serpent. He was hesitant, unsure. Was he ready to step into the gilded trap of kingship, where every choice dripped with consequence? I remember the laughter of the court," Maria murmured, a bitter laugh escaping her lips. Banquets filled with extravagant dishes and flowing wine, conversations bubbling with charm. But now the laughter felt like knives, sharp and piercing. She recalled the whispers, the murmurs of her impending marriage, the rumors of her inability to produce an heir. The weight of the future pressed down on her, heavier than the pearls around her neck. The clock on the wall chimed, each reverberation a reminder of time slipping through her fingers like grains of sand. Tick, tock, tick. The sound echoed in her mind, a relentless countdown to a fate she had not chosen. It was a wedding, yes, but it felt more like a funeral procession, a march toward her own annihilation. "I will be a queen," she told herself, the words a mantra, hollow yet desperate. But any semblance of resolve was shattered as she caught Louis's gaze, his wide eyes reflecting the same dread swirling within her. They were but puppets, strings pulled by unseen hands. A marriage forged in politics, not love, a transaction cloaked in silk. A thrill of panic raced through her. Would they ever escape the shadows looming over them? "Maria," Louis finally spoke, his voice a tremor, laced with uncertainty. His hands trembled as he reached for her, the distance between them charged with an electricity that crackled in the air. His words faltered, the weight of the moment crushing his resolve. "I know," she whispered back, a sadness coating her words. "I know." It was a painful understanding that bound them, a shared despair that whispered of the roles they were forced to play. They weren't just marrying each other, they were becoming symbols, vessels of a nation's hopes and fears. Outside, the laughter of the gathered nobility surged like a tidal wave, crashing against the walls, drowning out their shared anguish. They were waiting, the crowds eager for a spectacle, for the union of the sun and the moon, a moment painted in gilded brushstrokes. But for Maria, each cheer felt like a taunt, a reminder of how utterly alone she was in this gilded palace. In that instant, she felt the enormity of her decision crash over her like a winter storm. The air thickened, the edges of her vision darkening as the weight of the world pressed down upon her. "I am just a girl," she thought, fighting against the tide of expectation. "Just a girl in a grand gown." "I wish I could run," she admitted, the words slipping out in a breathless whisper. "Run far away." She imagined herself soaring through the night sky, leaving the weight of the world behind. For a moment, the thought was intoxicating, but it drained away as quickly as it had come, swept under the curtain of reality. Louis looked at her, confusion blooming in his eyes. "Run," he echoed, a flicker of desperation igniting within him. Where would we go?" "Anywhere but here," she breathed, gripping her dress tightly, as if holding onto her last shred of courage. They were trapped in the labyrinth of their lives, and the path forward felt fraught with danger and despair. The door swung open, and the moment shattered. Nobles entered, cloaked in finery, their laughter slicing through the tension like a knife. They were not merely guests, they were vultures, hungry for a glimpse of the spectacle, eager to consume the remnants of their joy. Maria felt a shiver run down her spine, a primal instinct that screamed at her to flee their piercing gazes. The music swelled, a haunting melody that echoed in the recesses of her heart, tugging at the strings of her emotion. It was beautiful, yet it carried an ominous weight, a reminder of the chains that bound them. With each note, she felt herself sinking deeper into despair, her dreams slipping further from her grasp. She looked at Louis, and in that moment, their eyes locked, a silent understanding, a shared fragility. "We are more than this," she thought, yet the words felt like shards of glass, cutting into the fabric of reality. "Let us be brave," he said, the words barely a whisper, but they hung in the air like a promise, fragile yet potent. And there, amidst the crowd and the chaos, Maria Antonia felt a flicker of hope ignite within the shadows of her heart. It was a small thing, a mere ember, but in a world cloaked in darkness, it was enough. Together, she breathed, the word of fragile vow, a tether binding them against the tide of expectation. Together, they would face the storm, hearts pounding in rhythm, their love a fragile but fierce flame against the encroaching night. Together, she repeated, the word echoing in the cavernous silence that followed. And as the music swelled and the crowd cheered, Maria Antonia took a step forward, her heart racing, the dance of fate just beginning. The air was thick with tension, a palpable weight that hung like an unspoken curse over the gilded halls of the Winter Palace. Shadows clung to every corner, whispering secrets of a life teetering on the edge of chaos. I stood there, trembling, my heart pounding like the relentless rhythm of a war drum, each beat echoing the dread that coursed through my veins. The chandeliers glinted, mocking, each crystal a fragmented memory of dreams, dreams that felt so close, yet were destined to shatter. Catherine, the empress of an empire bursting with ambition, paced like a caged lion. Her beauty was a weapon, sharp and deadly, yet her eyes, oh, those eyes, held a storm, a tempest of conflict brewing just beneath the surface. She was a woman forged in the fire of expectation, draped in silks and adorned with jewels that felt more like shackles than crowns. I remember her gaze slicing through the tension, cutting anyone who dared to challenge her authority. But within that fierce exterior lay a heart, wild and unyielding, yearning for something more than just the gilded cage that was her life. And then there was Peter, the man bound by fate to this queen, a boy playing at being a king. He was the fool in a tragic play, all bravado and bluster, yet so painfully aware of his own inadequacies. The moment he stepped into the room, the air shifted, an electric charge crackling between them, an unholy mix of love, resentment, desire, and betrayal swirling in a dizzying dance. He was a kaleidoscope of contradictions, a man who craved power but was terrified of what it meant. I remember his laugh, a hollow echo of confidence that faded as quickly as the applause. His charm was a mask, but beneath it, I saw the rawness of his insecurity, a heart clinging desperately to the illusion of control. "Do you think they'll love me?" he murmured one night, his breath warm against the cold marble of our shared reality. It was an absurd question, and yet I understood. It was a question born from desperation, from the depths of a soul that knew he would always be the shadow of a greater man. Catherine responded with silence, the kind that filled the room with an unbearable weight. Her facade cracked just for a moment, and I felt the tremor of her discontent. She was the empress they adored, yet deep down, she was a woman trapped beneath the crown, suffocating under the demands of a role she never chose. "Love," she finally whispered, her voice a shattered melody. "Love is a luxury for fools, Peter. We must survive." Survival. The word echoed in the hollow chambers of the palace, a constant reminder that in this world of privilege, the true power lay in blood and betrayal. I watched as they danced on that knife's edge, each tangled interaction a delicate waltz between hope and despair. They were both prisoners of their own making, chained to the expectations of a court that thrived on deception and ambition. Yet, in their shared glances, I saw a flicker of something primal, something that flickered like a candle in a tempest, a longing to break free. But freedom came at a price, and the clock ticked ominously on, a relentless reminder of the moments slipping away. I remember the nights spent in the veiled shadows of the palace, where secrets whispered like ghosts, taunting us with promises of what could be. Each tick of the clock felt like a countdown, an inescapable march toward an unknown future. "Do you think they can hear us?" Peter asked one fateful night, the slightest tremor in his voice as he leaned closer, the scent of fear mingling with the opulence that surrounded us. Outside, the wind howled, a ravenous beast clawing at the walls of their opulence. I felt the dark embrace of uncertainty wrap around us, tightening its grip as Catherine's eyes glimmered with a fierce resolve. "They will hear us, but they will never understand," she replied, her voice dropping to a whisper as if the very walls had ears. "They will judge us, Peter. They will try to tear us apart. But we, those two words hung in the air, heavy with promise and peril, an unspoken bond that tethered them to one another amidst the chaos. I could see it then, each breath they took was a battle, a silent war fought in the twilight of their hearts. Time was a cruel mistress, dragging us through moments of agony, yet gifting us fleeting seconds of joy. The laughter, the shared glances, the fleeting touches, they were all breadcrumbs leading to a precipice of despair. And it was there, in the heart of that tumult, that I noticed the storm brewing on the horizon. The factions within the court whispered of betrayal, of alliances forged in the dark, and I could feel the tension swelling like a tide ready to crash. Each passing moment felt electric, charged with the adrenaline of impending doom. I remember the way the candles flickered ominously, shadows dancing on the walls, as if the very spirits of their ancestors were watching, waiting, judging. Then, the night came when everything shifted, the moment that would thrust Catherine and Peter into a maelstrom of turmoil. The clock chimed with a thunderous clang, and the world outside the palace walls was a cacophony of revolt, a symphony of discontent rising to a fever pitch. Their lives, once a delicate dance of power and ambition, now spiraled into chaos. "Catherine, we must act," Peter urged, desperation clawing at his voice. But Catherine stood frozen, her heart wrestling with the weight of decisions that could shatter everything she had built. They were two ships lost at sea, navigating the stormy waters of their existence with no compass, only the hope that love could guide them home. Love, so fragile, so fleeting, yet it burned within them like a wildfire. The night enveloped us, a shroud of darkness that promised both danger and desire. I felt the disquiet in my bones, a premonition that something irrevocable was about to unfold. The flickering candlelight cast their faces in sharp relief, and for a moment, just a heartbeat, I saw them, not as an empress and her husband, but as two flawed souls caught in a world that refused to grant them peace. The air crackled with unspoken words, heavy with the weight of dreams deferred and destinies intertwined. In that moment, I understood. This was not just a marriage, it was a battlefield of wills, a tempest of longing and regret, and the clock continued its relentless march toward a confrontation that would reshape everything they thought they knew. The shadows grew heavier, the night grew darker, and I felt myself being pulled into the depths of their turmoil, a witness to the royal mistake that would change the course of history forever. The wind howled through the ancient stones of Whippingham Church, a mournful sound that twisted through the night like a prayer gone wrong. The candles flickered with a life of their own, casting long shadows that danced on the walls, mocking the solemnity of the moment. The air was thick, charged with something that felt like the universe holding its breath. Tonight was supposed to be a celebration of love, yet the very fabric of the evening trembled with the whispers of dread. I remember the way Princess Beatrice stood there, her hands clenching the bouquet of white roses, stark against her dark dress, as if the weight of the world pressed down on her shoulders. In that moment, she looked more like a ghost than a bride, caught between realms, wishing for love, yet haunted by the shadows of obligation and expectation. Her gaze drifted to the altar, eyes wide, as if searching for a way out. And Prince Henry, standing tall, was he too like a statue carved from despair? A man forged in duty, yet longing to break free. His blue eyes, once bright with dreams, now shrouded in uncertainty, darted between the faces of the guests crammed into the pews, expectation written on their faces, but behind their smiles, a cacophony of judgment. The weight of tradition squeezed the air, suffocating, almost palpable. I remember the scent of wax and old wood, the chill that crept into my bones as I watched the two of them, two hearts entangled in a web of royalty and rebellion. The walls held their secrets, the stones whispering tales of love, lust and laughter turned to ash. In the back of my mind, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was about to shatter, like glass underfoot, and when it did, it would cut deep. Then the clock struck 8, the sound reverberating through the hall with a resonance that chilled the blood. The echo felt like a countdown, a reminder that time, that cruel mistress, was relentless. Beatrice flinched at the sound, her composure cracking just enough for me to see the fear behind her bravado. I was drawn in, my heart pounding like a drum, an involuntary witness to the spectacle of their lives unraveling. "Do you think they'll notice if I run?" Beatrice whispered, a half-smile flickering across her lips, but the tremor in her voice betrayed her. Humor was her armor, but I could see through the cracks. She was a frightened bird, wings clipped, longing to soar. "Where would you go?" Henry countered, his tone light, yet the tension hung like a heavy fog between them. "Paris. They bathe more regularly there." A nervous chuckle escaped him, but it died as quickly as it came. The ghost of unfulfilled dreams loomed larger with each passing heartbeat. "I remember when we were children," she said, suddenly distant, her voice barely above a whisper. "When love was nothing but a fairy tale, a game played in the gardens where the only thing we feared was the evening chill." Her eyes glazed over, but behind the veil of nostalgia, a storm brewed. The moment felt fragile, like the flickering flame of a candle in drafty halls. "Those days are gone," Henry murmured, and I felt the weight of his unspoken words. The burdens of duty, sacrifice, the ghosts of their lineage haunted them both. The jubilant facade of the wedding was a veil, a thin layer disguising the despair that loomed beneath. I watched as the guests whispered, eyes darting from the couple to each other, breaths held in anticipation. The tension was an entity of its own, palpable and taunting. And there were murmurs about the arrangement, the politics woven into their union, secrets lingering like shadows at the edge of the light. They were not just two souls joining in love, they were pawns, trapped in the game of monarchy, two players whose hearts were mere collateral damage. The ceremony dragged on, words blending into a monotone drone, a backdrop to the tumult in the couple's hearts. Beatrice's fingers trembled, tracing the delicate fabric of her dress, as if trying to anchor herself to something real amid the chaos swarming around her. She caught my gaze, and in that fleeting moment, I felt her despair, raw and unfiltered. I felt a surge of helplessness wash over me. "Do you think they'll ever forgive us?" she asked, voice trembling like a fragile leaf caught in a tempest. "Forgiveness? Or regret?" Henry replied, a flash of something dark crossing his features. The truth hung between them like a heavy shroud. They were on the brink, teetering on the edge of love and obligation, and I could almost hear the heartbeat of the universe urging them to choose. Just then, the harbinger of chaos arrived. A loud crash echoed from the back of the church, a dissonant note that shattered the fragile illusion. A man burst through the doors, wild-eyed and breathless, the very embodiment of panic. "The people. They are hungry. They demand answers." Time froze. The guests turned, horror replacing glee. The bride, the groom, caught in a storm they had never foreseen. The shadows of the past and the ghosts of the present collided, and I felt the tension crackle in the air, electric and heavy. In that moment, I knew. This night would not end in celebration. It would spiral into chaos, echoing through history with the chilling resonance of a lament. I could feel the weight of their choices pressing down, and the darkness of fate loomed, relentless. "Beatrice," Henry whispered, "we have to decide now." The clock continued its relentless ticking, a heartbeat echoing the urgency of the moment. I felt the world spinning, the gravity of their choices pulling us all into the abyss. I remember the fear, the palpable terror that coursed through the hall, threading through every heart present. I felt it in my bones, a soft whisper that grew louder, a primal call to run, to escape, to scream. But we were all bound, tethered to this night of lament, this wedding that would mark the beginning of something far darker than they could have ever imagined. And as the candles flickered, shadows danced, and the clock struck again, I realized the night was just beginning. The real tale lay not in the union of hearts but in the unraveling of dreams, lost in the echoes of time.